Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night when an intrusive thought came across my mind. What if Trafalgar Law went up against the Naruto-verse Gauntlet? Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't seem to have a lot of respect for because of his recent losses, but he's honestly one of my favorite characters, and if it weren't for Gear 5 Luffy, he would be top 1, without a doubt. Now, even with that being said...
Let me see. Hey, it was good, 6. Hey, what's up, Esther? How you guys doing today? Let me put this here. Here. There we go. Now I can see you guys. Alright, how's everybody doing today? I was not planning originally when I woke up today to stream, but I said, fuck it, why not? Let me see.
Now, even with that being said, I hope you can understand that this video does not come from a place of bias or my personal preference towards the character and his...
Yeah. Dude, I feel like shit. At least as far as like, how do I describe it? You know how like when you wake up, one day after you know that like you are going to get sick, you know, like when you like first get that itch behind your throat and you know that like when you wake up tomorrow you're gonna feel like absolute shit. I'm like 2 days removed from that and I still feel pretty fucking annoying. You sound like you're about to ask your mom for 5 more minutes. Yeah, kinda, right? Luckily, I was able to record this specifically. Luckily, I was able to record this specifically the day that I felt like I was getting sick, so I wasn't, so I don't sound sick in the video. Did you read the last Modulo chapter? I have not read the latest Modulo chapter.
Bias or my personal preference towards the character and his cool abilities, more so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable, and his cool abilities, more so from the...
Okay, so how's everybody doing? How's everybody been this week? I don't know if I'm gonna stream all day, but I am going to try and get through as much as possible. Yeah, we're gonna try and get through as much as possible today as far as like the editing process. Well, that's good. It was good. Cookie dough. We're in the same boat, it seems. Damn. Are we now? Or should I... Here, let me just look this one up real quick. Let me pull this up as well. Now, no way, Eon streaming, wouldn't have thought I'd ever get to see it. Alright, split. $6.16. Cool. Yeah, appreciate it, 6. Appreciate it. I am on a time crunch. So, context. Remember how, like, a month ago... It would be a month ago now, right? I guess it would be, like, a little over a month ago. I'm sick in bed, too. Literally was sick for a week, and 3 days after getting better, I got sick again. That fucking sucks, dude. I hate that shit. I hate getting sick again. Sorry to hear that, Esther. Getting sick after getting sick. You know what's crazy? I thought for like the longest time, and this is how you know that I'm a bit of a bumbling moron sometimes. The fuck is this? Anyway, there was a good portion of time. Need to Dr. Chopper the goat. That's what I'm saying, bro. I need a real life Chopper to just chill around the house with me. You know, just be the homie and shit like that. So whenever I stub my toe or step on a Lego or whatever, he can just heal me right back up. Yeah. Let me, It's still crazy to me that people think Law is not a fucking powerful character, dude. What is this, 616? What chapter, what episode is that? 616? Yeah, 616. Getting sick after getting sick is so annoying. You know, okay, so the thing I was gonna say, it's been 4 months, my sinuses are still clogged. That's unfortunate, dude. That's unfortunate, Eternal. There was, oh yeah, I used to think for, like, the longest time, and by the longest time, I mean, like, for the last... I'd say, actually, for, like, a majority of my lifetime. I'd say for, like, the vast majority of my life, I literally thought that, like, you could not get sick after getting sick. I thought for, like, the longest time that, like, your immune system was supposed to be on, like, full fucking throttle for, like, the longest bit. And then I learned in my adulthood, huh, I guess that's not true. I'm gonna plug in my Ethernet cord, by the way, if you guys hear me moving around. It's gonna make downloading the video and also, doing this for you guys. I've had a cough after being sick for 3 months, yeah. I've had a cough for about... From the last time I got sick back in January, I've had a cough for about a month. But anyway, 2 years ago I would get sick every 2 weeks. At least now it's better. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that, Esther. Okay, so I'm on a time crunch about Loki versus Shinjuku, Gojo, Sukuna, and Mojulo Yuji. Loki speed blitzes and one-shots every single one of them. I'm not done with the script. Fuck no. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no. I'm not done with the script. I am working on Trafalgar Law versus the entire Naruto verse. I appreciate you for asking, though. Yeah, no. I am...
Almost the speed of light.
Yeah. Let me see.
Up body is opponent. Not necessary.
Okay. We need... Okay. I need... You know, it's really interesting to see what animation's really like when you can, like, slow it down frame by frame. It's really interesting. Yo, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. Yo. Motherfuckers be talking about, Madara slash 2 mountaintops with the force of his Hushanyo. Yeah. With the force of the blade swing that was traveling such a long distance. Oh my god, look at that. Yeah. Yeah. Trafalgar Law victim. 1 cleave is enough? Type shit. Can Loki bypass infinity? Probably not. So what are we doing tonight? Just editing. I am only editing. 1 dismantle in infinity, by the way, yeah. Yeah.
Cool abilities, more so.
Okay, so we have that there. We're gonna separate here. Separate here.
At what his ability is capable of, and how much faster he is than the...
No, let's fix that real quick. Mark it right here.
Faster he is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most... is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent... It quickly becomes...
Okay. So, I need to get a speed feat. Let's shorten this out. I cannot...
More so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable of, and how much...
Right here, and then we'll just stretch this out here. Swap this bit out. But yeah, I'm on a time crunch, so remember how last month I told you guys that I might have to go on a small trip or whatever? Well, certain family situation occurred, couldn't go anywhere, which was fine, didn't really care whether or not I did leave, but my family couldn't get, like, the tickets to where we were going refunded, so what ended up happening was that we had it moved to next month, specifically March. So, next Friday, for like about a week, I'm gonna be going on that trip again. Since I didn't do it in January, I guess I'm doing it now in March. I'm not upset about it or anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably gonna be nice. But between me being sick and having to do all this content and stuff, I figured I need to get a video out as quickly as possible. Really, that is modified with a bind. Does he get the original? I think he gets the copied version. Sorry, he gets the original. I don't know if he's copied anything that's been specifically modified. Would an advanced armament hockey be able to bypass infinity? I have no fucking clue, because apparently hockey has mass. And if hockey has mass, then the argument is probably no. Alright, let's go to video crop. And then let's do video crop. There we go. See? Okay, sweet.
Cool abilities, more so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable of and how much faster he is than the
Okay. What? 127, 11, 72, what is it, 169? Is it 169? It can't be 151, right? It's 169, I think, yeah. So, since when does hockey have mass? Since Roger and Garp literally stated that they have mass to their hockey. Nope, not this episode. Do I not have the episode? Alright, Law and Kid versus Big Mom. What episode does Law and Kid defeat Big Mom? 1067. Okay. Holy shit, the Yeti Cool brothers are 42 meters tall. Yeah, they're fucking tall, dude. The Yeti brothers are massive. They unironically look bigger than the Tailed Beasts. Yeah, we'll take this one. Why not? We'll take this episode. 1067. And then I think I need the one prior to this one as well.
Technique.
Let's see. He slams her. I need a specific scene. Uh-huh. Yo, did you guys know, do you know if Toneri's laser beam thing was stated to be able to cleave the Earth? Nope, it was not. No implication of that anywhere. He cleaved the moon, he went straight through the moon, but he also... It's one of those things where it's like, you cannot ignore the fact that he cleaved through the moon, but you also cannot ignore the fact that the moon is hollow. Like, there's just, you can't ignore one or the other. It's one of these things that, like, no matter, it's like every single person I come across doesn't give a shit about, like, what actually happened. No matter who I really seem to talk about on this, at least in most cases, most people seem to think that it's one of these cases where, like, most people seem to believe that it's one of these cases where, like, oh, well, the moon was, but he sliced the moon, yes, but the moon was also hollow, but he sliced the moon, but the moon is also hollow, but he sliced the moon, yeah, but the moon is hollow, but the moon is hollow, but he sliced the moon, but the moon is hollow, but he sliced, it's like, both are true. Neither one is inherently mutually exclusive, both are true. I know the answer's no, I did not finish Expedition 33. How about this, Six? I will let you know when I finish. When I tell you that I'm done with it, that's when you'll know that I'm done with it. How about that? Okay. I'm not saying that it isn't correct. Naruto could very much have moon level durability. That I'm not saying isn't correct either. Naruto could very well have moon level durability if you think that if the attack was actually a moon level attack instead of a multi-continental or whatever the fuck attack, because I guess it was not hollow. But I don't know science like that, so I can't tell you whether or not it would actually be. Hey, what's up, Rashikage? I thought the statement about hockey quantity and weight behind the attack. Maybe I read the bad translation. No, they literally use the word mass. There's actually an argument now that you can't bypass infinity. Hockey might not be able to bypass infinity if it does have mass to it, or at least if you believe that it does. If you believe that hockey does have mass, has mass, then yeah, there's kind of no argument. Okay, now I need a. Okay, we're gonna use this. By the way, still one of the cleanest scenes ever. Do you think light bypasses infinity? If you're talking about light in the form of an attack, I have no clue, dude. I have no fucking clue, dude. If you're talking about light in the form of attacks, I don't know. Gojo obviously lets natural light bypass, but it's not the same case for. I don't know if it would be the same case for, like, let's say something like Angel's Jacob's ladder. There's a statement about the moon having the mass of the moon, as far as I remember. Damn. It'd be weird if it has the same mass as the moon without it, you know, while it being hollow. So I don't know, man. Whenever I look through it, I'll do it. It'll come out whenever it comes out, dude. I'll tell people the same thing. It comes out whenever it comes out. It's a lot of research that I had to do, and I've kind of just been focused on making this kind of work for the last few days. See, I don't think hockey itself has mass. More like God referring to the mass of the soul. I mean, why did it imply that there was soul in it? As far as we know, hockey is not the soul itself. I mean, it's not. Hey, what's up? What's up, Black Yoshi? Although low-key, high-level could probably deal with insult by directly injecting the user into it. And the fun fact, Kubo recently revealed that the Rancors are not part of the balance of souls, so it's not a hollow in a human soul. And the hollows don't... Wait. So it's only hollows and human souls in the balance. Hollows don't exist outside of Japan, by the way. I don't know, man.
And how much faster he is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes a...
I'll probably split this one up, actually. So that way it doesn't look as fast.
And how much faster he is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most...
Would it be weird for the hollow part? I mean, that's if you believe it's a small percentage of the moon. Which, right now, since I haven't rewatched the movie, don't personally know nor care. I mean, it doesn't change any of my scaling. Like, Naruto could be as powerful as people seem to think he is in the last. It doesn't change anything. Oh no. How much do you think Brook upscales from blocking Gunko? That depends on how physically strong you think that Imu Gunko is. Or whether or not, I guess, Imu is... I guess it would also be relevant in whether or not you believe that Imu is as...
It quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups, Trafalgar Law absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not just throw the whole verse at him in a single video?
Okay. Hey, what's up, Sman Kyle? Text. Let's see. Give me L. Give me this. Doesn't really. Okay. Right. Okay, so. Is that about equal lengths? Yeah, I'd say about that's about equal lengths. Yeah, I'd say that. It's so much more fleshed out in a lot of sense why Curse Spirits technically only exist in Japan, but why Hollows in... Didn't Jogo bypass Infinity with a sound-based attack? Yeah, I guess. Didn't he? I think he did, right? I don't know if it was like Gojo dodged the attack. I don't remember if it was like Gojo dodged the attack or like it just didn't actually hit him. I think he did. Thoughts on the new Modulo chapter? It hasn't come out yet, right? Has it not? Has it come out yet? Modulo, 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 Modulo. Oh, it did come out. I didn't think I'd read it. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh. This chapter, right? Yeah. I don't know, dude. Didn't really have much thoughts on it. This one was actually kind of boring to me. It's Vegas. I haven't read it, but by the way people described it to me, it sounds as essentially I don't think they could like completely wipe out, if I remember right, they couldn't completely wipe out all cursed energy from the entire planet, but they could at least it was something weird, right? It was like they give the black robe to Dabura so Dabura can go home and save his sister from the curse, and then yeah, they basically try to remove all cursed energy from the planet. Something like that. I need your opinion. I'm having trouble figuring out Loki's scaling, so I need your honest opinion. Do you believe Loki's bounty is current, or was it at the start of his journey? I have no clue, and I'm going to be real with you. Oh yeah, Smiling Friends is ending. Yeah. It's an unfortunate state of affairs we find ourselves in for that. Loki... Listen, dude, I don't know. Bounties should not be your metric, the metric by which you try to discover how powerful a character is, but I'll be honest... When it comes to Loki, I think it's more so, do you think he's at least as strong as Luffy? If you think he's at least as strong as Luffy, the guy's probably a massive fucking problem. 1 second. I need to grab something. This is bothering me now. Okay. Here it is. Put this here. Take this. He directly blocks it with Infinity. He has to dodge when he infuses explosives with the sound. It doesn't confirm it by bypass Infinity. Yeah. Okay. I'm only using bounty because we know that Shanks' bounty was at the time he met Luffy. True, I guess. True. I don't know if it was current. I don't think it's actually been, like, explained. I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's been, implied, whether or not he got his bounty, like, very close into starting up his journey. Yes. 1 second, guys. I'm just doing something real quick. Oh, this is annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Maho will adapt to space and reach Dabura's spaceship at MFTL speeds. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, sometimes bounty is about their knowledge too. Mainly, Crocodile has gotten massive buzz because of how he handles business with Cross Guild. But it's also about, like, what kind of a threat level they pose to, like, the Marines and specifically the world government, right? So, Crocodile's case, it's not really about, like, intellect or knowledge, more so about, like, the guy essentially being able to create organizations that directly target, and in this case is directly targeting and fucking with the world government, right? Or at least the Marines in this case. They, like, Cross Guild in and of itself is basically calling out war against the actual Navy. So it's becoming a massive shit show in terms of, like, you know... Alright. Whatever. But Julo gonna end and Diverta's still gonna be a bum in comparison to the stronger characters in JJ. That's crazy. Like, light bypass it? I mean, just because one does doesn't mean that the other one should, man. I don't know. That I can't tell you that because I haven't seen light waves pass it, and we don't know if Gojo actually got hit by the sound-based attack. Sorry, I'm just doing something real quick. Come on. Alright, fuck it. Gay is the kind of cool concepts but bad execution, fumbling at the end. I don't know about that. I like Gay's execution. I'm not saying it's perfect. Looking back, they probably could have done the Nobara thing better, but it's okay. Oh, Regigigas? You're comparing a Pokemon. You're comparing a Pokemon to... Here's the thing. Pokemon, in general, are not as powerful as people seem to think that it is. People seem to think that they are. I'm more willing to take Or's... I'm more willing to take Or's statement that he pulls continents, considering we now know how powerful One Piece characters actually are, to Regigigas, who, I'm gonna be real with you, only has the statement and literally in almost every facet other possible just is ass. Like in general, even the speed of sound is impressive in Pokemon. Gay is not using the massive potential he creates within the story, in my eyes. That's fair. I think that's a fair criticism. I keep seeing people argue that Kaido ain't losing to someone who lost to pre-Yonko Shanks, so I'm trying to figure something out. I mean, to be honest, you can also just argue that... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Depends on how much more powerful Shanks was before he became a Yonko, right? Countless Pokemon react to electric-type attacks. Yeah. True, I guess. But also, I don't think electric-type Pokemon are actually lightning fast. It also has to do less with, like, the Pokemon's actual attacks and more so with, like, their accuracy, right? Because, like, Thunder doesn't fucking hit at all. There's also, like, Focus Miss, I mean, Focus Blast. There's, like, Manga Dodge Solar Beam. Okay, what's Solar Beam? Solar Beam's not light speed. Why is Solar Beam light speed? Why? Because it uses the sun's light. I hate that argument for fucking Solar Beam. Isn't that lore canon? Yeah, the canon lore also says some shit like, Gardevoir can create black holes. I mean, I get Kaido arguments, but I think personally Shanks literally subdued Loki. I just get him, hey, time to go home, guy. I'm referencing the anime. I know Focus Miss has butt-ass accuracy. Yeah, it does. Makes black holes in the Pokedex. Yeah, like, I don't know. Why doesn't Gardevoir just make black holes? Why isn't that just an attack? You know what I mean?
It quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups, Trafalgar Law absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not he wins 10 times, 10 times.
Okay.
It quickly becomes apparent 10 times out of...
Let me see. Wait, how Solar Beam isn't light speed? Why would it be light speed in the first place? You're saying that why isn't it light speed? I'm asking why is it in the first place? I have no reason to believe that attack is light speed. Why? Because it gathers the sun's rays? Yeah, and the sun's rays also don't. The sun's rays also, you know, don't normally deal damage to something when they hit it, right? If I'm being basked in sun's rays, that doesn't mean I'm taking damage, am I? Gardevoir black holes are more described, much more like being able to open pocket dimensions. Yeah, I finally caught up with a fairy tale. Nice. Luffy's Gear 5 only lasts for something like 20 minutes. Isn't his biggest weakness in... Not really. That's not really a weakness for him. 20 minutes? Most fights with Luffy wouldn't last 20 minutes. At least in terms of cross-verse. Like, cross-verse, that depends on who you're pitting him up against. I mean, sure, if you're fighting Luffy versus Ben 10 curb stomps because of Alien X. It's Vegas. You guys can see it right here, up top. Vegas.
Wins 10 times out of 10. So I...
I might move this a little bit, actually. Let me move it here. Is this perfectly lined up? I don't know, man. I don't care.
Out of 10. So I figured...
Okay. Okay. And then let's get this back in here.
Full verse at him in a single video. As you can already probably...
Okay. Is there any... I need... What are we throwing in here? I need this. I need this. Cleave that one. Why the fuck do I have so many open? Let's just put this here. Yeah, let's just throw these all together, and then let's open this one up over here. I'm probably going to use the 4th Great Shinobi War Jutsu for this. There we go. There we go. Does your editor not have a feature where it snaps into the exact middle CapCut does? I don't know. I don't know if it does have that. I don't really...
Different rounds of characters. We'll start with some different rounds of characters. We'll start... As you can already probably tell, this video is pretty long, so let me just set off a couple of ground rules. I'm gonna throw in ground rules. I'm gonna throw...
Alright. How many manga panels you got on your computer? A lot, bruh. A lot.
I'm gonna throw...
Right.
I'm gonna throw...
Okay, there we go. Yeah, a lot, dude. I've got a lot. Higuruma the goat low-key inspired me. I love that for you. I love Higuruma too. Great character. Okay. Ground rules. I have to admit the last 10 chapters didn't make me a meteor. Didn't make me think a meteor would come down and end my suffering. There was a moment where I was hyped. Not the last 2 pages, but it was there. Alright. I mean, shit. Gotta love that, right? Aren't you editing on a laptop too? No, I am editing on a PC now. Let's go with ground rules. You know what? Let's change up the color real quick. Give me something a bit more light. No. Let's go with something a bit deeper. Yes. Right there. I think that's fine. I show up on Discord, by the way. I've been meaning to for a bit. Ah, you're fine, dude. I'll check it out whenever I can. I don't got my phone near me right now. I always thought Luffy's time limit is bullshit and exists only to make him too OP. How is it possible for Kaku to not have any time limit on its awakening, whereas Luffy has? Is Kaku secretly a genius? Well, Kaku also did awaken his Devil Fruit after like 2 years of having it. I think he's had like I think him and Khalifa have had their Devil Fruits for the least amount of time, as far as we relatively have seen like a character get their Devil Fruit and then just straight up use it, besides like maybe Sabo. And he's awakened it in less than 2 years, so yeah, I'd give it to him. Shit. Kaku got it, right? Kaku's got it. You can't believe people think Bakido is out, boys. We are expanding our minds with this one. No way is Baki out. Well, I guess all our fun has to end at some point, right?
Different rounds of characters. We'll start with some big groups.
You also have to remember that, like, in Kaku's case, his Devil Fruit, every single Devil Fruit has a certain, like, limit to it, right? So every single Devil Fruit has, like, how do I put it? Every single Devil Fruit in One Piece has a potential to it, right? That's what an awakening essentially is, right? So your awakening is your ability for your mind and body to catch up with the devil fruit's true potential, right? So if Kaku is able to awaken his fruit in only 2 years, well, as impressive as that may be for Kaku, it might also mean that, like, the potential for him to fully awaken everything that his devil fruit is capable of would also technically be a lot lower than the average person's. Luffy took about 12 years by comparison, and his devil fruit obviously grants him a much bigger amp than someone like Kaku's, right? Than, like, the Ox fruit model giraffe. Did you know that Dragon Ball turns 40? Hey, congratulations to Dragon Ball. Hey, Toriyama, rip the guy. Is there a point in the story where Zoro is stronger than Luffy? Probably. Probably not. Not really. I don't know. You might be able to argue, like, Wano, I guess. Like, for a portion of Wano, if you think that, like, Zoro with no training whatsoever and fucking around as a Ronin gives him more amps than, like, Luffy fighting against Katakuri. Right? Because Luffy even trained and Zoro was out here being a fucking problem.
In different rounds of characters. We'll start with some big groups and we'll narrow them. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters.
Okay. I'll take this. I'll take this one up here. Yeah, just make a... Whoa. Okay. Whoa. What the fuck? Alright. Change this out. Okay. Why is it popping up? There will be multiple rounds. Versus... Why the fuck is it popping up down here? The anchor point is in the upper left-hand side. Ah, that's why. What type of dumb shit is this? Stop doing that. There we go. It'll come over to the left the more text you put in. I know. The point that Zoro, he had advanced Conqueror's Haki without knowing it, and Luffy still didn't know that. Yeah, that's probably a good point. Zoro will be Yonko level, maybe a little stronger end of series, but Luffy will be way above it, guaranteed. Can Luffy pop Naruto's clones with Conquerors? Depending on how many clones you think Naruto has to make before the difference is way too big. Maybe the Asura form against Kaido could be argued to be superior to the version of Luffy. What, the Asura form? Yeah. Yeah, you could definitely argue that the Asura form was stronger than pre-Conqueror's Luffy. Okay. Okay. Okay, Shinobi Alliance. Shinobi Alliance. Akatsuki. Shinobi Alliance. Akatsuki. Kabuto. And Orochimaru. Let me make all of this smaller. Let's make that like a size 12. And Orochimaru. Oh, that's not... It covers too much space. Kabuto and Orochimaru. 6 paths, users, Naruto, and Sasuke, Kaguya. Low-key, shouldn't be crazy to say that even the weakest Straw Hats are sometimes comparable to the highest higher tier crews. Nami had to fight Khalifa, the weakest in CP9, but Khalifa could still damage Sanji. Yeah, it's a problem. As far as Law getting to JJK and Bleach in the same style, clears JJK and clears Bleach. They don't have resistances to this shit. Probably clears. Actually, doesn't clear. Well, depends on how big you think the speed difference is. Honestly, I don't think Yukabaga's Almighty is that crazy if you don't give him like traps. If you don't give him like prep time. What is this video for? It says right up here, Law versus Naruto verse. Well, yeah, it's Law versus the entire Naruto verse. Here, I'll show you guys the start of it. You guys can get a sneak peek of it.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night when an intrusive thought came across my mind. What if Trafalgar Law went up against the Naruto-verse Gauntlet? Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't seem to have a lot of respect for because of his recent losses, but he's honestly one of my favorite characters, and if it weren't for Gear 5 Luffy, he would be top 1, without a doubt. Now, even with that being said, I hope you can understand that this video does not come from a place of
Unfortunately,
bias or my
Sukuna
personal
does not
preference
have
towards
the
character
speed
and
necessary.
his-
Trust me, if I could argue that Sukuna was fast enough to do that to Law, maybe. But Haki kind of counters his slashes, and I mean, they can tell intent. Haki counters the slashes, and yeah, superior speed, room, shambles, switch, just splits them all up. Sanji's the type of guy to lower his guard against a woman in Wano. He didn't use Ramen Guy and Black Maria since he didn't want the ladies to hurt themselves. Nothing unfortunate about it. Law lifts a pinky finger, turns Sukuna into a milkshake. Genuinely. Yeah, unfortunately. By the way, it's, oh, wait, no. The video itself is 54 minutes long. Yeah, the video itself here is, 54 minutes long, so I have to kind of crunch this because I have to get this done in a week. Can Law use room on himself? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
We'll narrow them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tiers. There will be no prior info.
Probably go like that. Yeah.
And no prior.
He can heal himself with room. He can reattach himself with room. Maybe we'll get more Black Flash Imps and Modulo to get them deeper into MFTL to match Law, but I don't think he's barely into the tier, while Law is still hundreds of thousands of times. Yeah.
No prior information. There will be no verse.
Can he separate himself into bits? That'd be hilarious. That'd be pretty funny if he could. That'd be pretty funny. Okay, so right here.
No prior information. There will be no verse equalization, and because there will be no verse equalization.
No, we'll go right
there will
here.
be no,
right here.
Will be no verse equalization, and because this is Law versus an entire verse, I'm going to go under the assumption that he simply tries to end the fights as quickly as possible.
Like, amputate... I mean, he can put himself back together like he did against Doflamingo. He literally stuck his own arm... Didn't he, like, stick his own arm back on himself or something? I think he did. He, like, reattached his own arm after Doflamingo split it. See him fix his internal organs with room? I don't recall that. A quick wiki search might answer those questions. Abilities and powers. Okay, in his youth, I don't care about any of that. Physical abilities. He has the physical power to block Doflamingo's extremely powerful overheat string, which shook the Thousand Sunny, with just his sword. He easily wielded Kikoku, a sword as tall as himself, with great speed, and is able to slice enemies faster than they can react, as well as keep up with Doflamingo. If you're having false memory, it's probably Shard and Poland fault. That's funny. Endurance, its plays, physical endurance. Sadly, Law is a hard counter to Sukuna unless he gets off a cleave and world cutting slash. He's cooked. Yeah, no, Sukuna just doesn't do anything. You can probably argue like Sukuna can shoot slashes at him, will split up, but I mean, Law can just shambles himself with any one of Sukuna's body parts. That's the thing. If you have a situation where Law is just trying to end the fight as quickly as possible, Room Amputate just wins almost every matchup. Like, people genuinely don't even remotely consider how fucking stupid it is to just have the capacity to just put out a room, swing blade once, and do it. Is comparable? I have no clue yet because I still don't have a definitive statement or feat. Significant damage with Gamma Knife, medical expertise, allows Law to manipulate and perform most complicated surgeries perfectly with great ease. This allows him to cut into his patient's body and remove organs without damaging any tissue, leaving scars or causing the patient to bleed a single drop of blood, while removing any disease-causing impurities as well as poisonous substances and narcotics from the patient's body. This is demonstrated off-screen during the conclusion of Punk Hazard, in which he had to treat children with series of surgeries that involved cutting the children's bodies apart in a manner that initially made Chopper believe he had killed them. All poison inside his body. Yeah, he can, I guess, yeah, he can technically, like, cure himself. As a boy, Law was able to remove all the poisonous amber lead inside his dying body, thus curing himself of the amber lead syndrome while proving his capability to use the Ope Ope no Mi for treating even incurable diseases. Law could also apply this medical knowledge to the anatomy of his devil fruit powers for combat, such as aiming his Sturban technique directly at Trouble's real body, which kept hidden under a large amount of mucus disguised as a large body, and precisely removing important and delicate organs from powerful enemies such as the heart, which would render them vulnerable to lethal harm, such as death, which was proven when Law extracted Monet's heart with his ability and gave it to Caesar, who fatally stabbed Monet's heart while bypassing her defenses as a Logia user, effectively killing her. Law, as well as Sanji Kaponbegi, was able to keep Caesar, who is a Logia user, as a dangerous criminal, completely under his control with his heart as a hostage. Yeah. So yeah, I guess Law can perform surgeries on himself at least. You're saying that top-tier Naruto characters have high chakra so they can resist his abilities? Can you provide for me the chapter or page number that implies chakra can somehow ignore devil fruit abilities? Can you give me... He did remove the lead bullets the Dofi shot with him, yeah. Can you give me the statement or the manga panel or the data book entry that states devil fruit users have their abilities weakened against high levels of chakra, please? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Devil fruits. Yeah. Devil fruits are totally negated by TSO, right? Yeah. Totally right.
Throw them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tier.
Okay.
And because this is Law versus an entire verse, I'm going to go under the assumption that he simply tries to end the fights as quickly as possible. This does go against most of my video formulas, where I do try to discuss the character as close to the...
Okay.
So let me just set off a couple of ground rules. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters. We'll start with different rounds of characters. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters. We'll start with some big groups and we'll narrow them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tiers. There will be no... But I keep trying to equalize chakra. Most of it's
hacks mostly works in universe since it depends on the opponent also having a chakra number. Meanwhile, hockey works on everything. I don't think it works on everything, but at the very least, it's 6, 7. Yeah. How the fuck did you do that? How the fuck did you do this? 6 and a 7 on the side? That's crazy. There's no way there's an emote for that now. I refuse to believe there's an emote for that now.
Win different rounds of character down to smaller groups as we get to the higher tiers. There will be no prior information. There will be no
prior information. Okay. No prior information. Yeah. Copy. Paste. Yeah. Paste. Yeah. And then let's make another thing, so then we can go here. As long as Law isn't with Luffy and Kid, he's a no-nonsense character. It would be in character for him to just off enemies ASAP. Yeah, but, you know, some people would have an issue with me saying, oh, well, what do you mean? Law doesn't, why would Law just end the fight? Why wouldn't he have a five chapter dialogue with someone before he starts his attack, and then after his first attack, after he swings his blade once, he has to have another, like, 12 chapter dialogue where his opponents can just attack him and blitz him and blah, 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 and all that crap. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Okay, where is this at exactly? So if it's at 0.1, then that means I cannot move it from there. So let's fix it back up to 0.1. I might just make this whole thing smaller. Has nothing to say to them. Yeah, I know, but, you know, people need to do everything they can, right? Let's just make this, like, 14... Yeah, let's actually make it just size 12. Why not? There will be multiple rounds. Yeah, fuck it. Hey, what's up, Aster? Sorry, one smart. Okay, now we're here. Okay, let's do 12. Size 12. What the fuck? Oh, that's because I'm not here yet. Yeah, right here. We're here. No, not that one. That has to be this one. Okay. Number 2. Let's make this size 12. Number 2, no prior information. No prior information. I do sound congested, and that's because I am. I am sick right now. But I don't have the luxury of sitting for another day not working. And I figured, why not just sit down and work with you guys? Besides, sitting here and actually doing this with you guys might actually make me a bit more productive than I'd like to be. Or at least that I would normally be. I'm just sick, dude. I appreciate it, though. Appreciate asking. No, I'm just straight up sick. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing serious. I just caught a cold like a couple days ago, which is why I haven't been streaming either. Well, partially the reason why I haven't been streaming. That's partially. I was supposed to work on this video, and I was supposed to already be like 3 days in, but you know, life be like that. You get sick, you feel really shitty. Life is like that. No verse equalization. No verse equalization. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, there, it's fine. That's fine. And then copy. Delete that right here. Just copy this real quick. And then just delete this. Copy this real quick. Right here. Right here. Okay, sweet. Prior information. Wait, no fucking way. There we go. This is the one that I need to delete. And there we go. There we go. Okay. And what was the last thing I said?
And because this is Law versus an entire verse, I'm going to go under the assumption that he simply tries to end the fights as quickly as possible. This does go against most of my video formulas where I do try.
Okay. Is this a short or a video? 54 minutes long, dude. This is a video. This is a movie. There's a fucking 1 hour special, my guy. Get ready for like 6 minutes worth of ads. This shit is about to be a fucking 1 hour special. Actually, let me not act like I'm gonna put more ads in here than I usually do. Drink some hot tea. It works for me sometimes. I hate tea, dude. No, I raw dog these. I raw dog them. All I have is a box of tissues and a dream. It's a short for Eon standards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All these other YouTubers, all these other power scalers, they'll give you some bullshit video about that's like 16-minute long, just giving you just some random BS about how like they think that the character wins without even going into half of it. Me, I make 1 hour fucking content-driven episodes that are pure fucking cinema. All these other guys out there will do everything they can. You like Law that much? I really don't. You know what's crazy? I sat up. Well, it's not really. You guys are not gonna hear like the full argument on this stream just because, again, like, let me show you. This is all I got done in like 2 days. Well, 1 day, an hour, including however long I've been working here. Like 30 minutes, an hour and like 30 minutes. This right here has been like an hour and like 30 minutes worth of time, and I gotta do all of this. How long is the video gonna be? How long is the video gonna be? Just 54 minutes. How long is the video gonna be? Just 54 minutes? I don't know what you're trying to ask me there. Give us the best of both worlds. I want an hour of you explaining why Luffy's superhuman speed because of the Soru statement. Hey Castro, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? How you doing, Castro? How you doing, man? Fag didn't work. I like the video essays, long content, so this channel is just perfect. I appreciate that. All these other fucking what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, all these other fraud ass power scalers giving you guys short form content. I'm asking how long the video will be. Oh yeah, it's 54 minutes long. Yeah. Yeah, all these other fraud tubers telling you guys, oh hey, Tentel's immense spiritual energy forces, Ino's mind transfer out of Obito's head in seconds. What about that? It's too long. Just put it at 10 times speed. You want me to put it at 10 times speed? Dude, come on. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that, dude. How about you guys watch it at 10 times speed? How about that? You guys have totally the free will to do something like that, right? You don't need me to do it for you. This font shit's gonna kill me. I hate doing font. Oh yeah, for Law, I'm going under the ends the fights as quickly as possible. You know what? Let me move this like here. And let me just move everything down. That way it doesn't feel so bunched up. Yeah, I'm gonna do that instead. What about 43? No. Let's do 47. Oh. If I go up, it raises it. So I have to go down. So let's go to 30. It was at 39. So what if I go down to like 27? Okay, so 27's too low. What about if we go up to, I don't know, 33? 33 is not bad. But we're going to go a little bit farther up. Let's go 35. Yeah. Let's go 34. No, let's go 36. 36. Okay, that's fine. I can live with that. Okay. Ese como estás fue excelente. Yeah. Eon, what the fuck? ¿Cómo hablas tan bien español, mae? Porque yo hablo... Yeah, soy latinoamericano, mae. O sea, yo hablo español. Es mi primer idioma, en realidad. Bueno, tampoco me sorprende que mucha gente no lo sabe. O sea, más que todo porque hablo mucho inglés. Pero el hecho es que sí, mi primer idioma fue español. Top tier Naruto characters possess god levels of spiritual energy. No, they possess god levels of chakra. Their dense chakra canonically acts as a passive system that breaks, negates, or violently ejects forward and hacks, affecting the body. That is not even remotely true. That is not even remotely true, Adarsh. Give me a statement and a feat that specifically implies that without that being a specific ability. 30... What is it? 38? Jesus. What about 42? No. What about 45? No, let's do 47. Yeah, that's about fine. And then let's just lower down 1 a little bit. Okay. Bro got that off AI. A la bestia. No sabía, man. Yeah. Durísimo. Soares, I made it the fuck up. I'm Brazilian, so I understand most of what you said. You're Brazilian, Victor. That's interesting. How you doing, man? I always wanted to... I think I've always wanted to travel to Brazil. Although, I'll be honest, I've never been the biggest fan of, like, Portuguese as a language. I only say that only because, like, it's always been so weird to me. It's like such an... It's like... It's so close to Spanish, obviously because they're both based on Latin roots, but it's always been, like, so close to Spanish, and it's always been so frustrating to me because it's one of those things where it's like, I kind of understand what some Portuguese is, but then I kind of don't, and then it's just the slight differences in, like, the languages that it's just like, I don't know. It's always been like, I can't do it, man. yeah, they're pretty close, yeah. All right. Alright, let's see, let's throw in some animation. Pop-up, let's throw a pop-up animation. Yeah, and if I'm doing the pop-up animation, then I have to, oh shit. If I do the pop-up animation, then that means I have to, you know what, I don't think I need the pop-up animation. Let me just... Yeah, let's just do it like that.
First, I'm going to go under the assumption that he
the
simply
words
tries
that
to
sound
end
the same but
as
different
quickly
meaning.
as possible. This does go against most of my video formulas where I do try to discuss the character as close to their canon personalities, but it's kind of impossible for me to do so without it being a 5-hour-long video since I can't talk about every single character interaction.
I love when people make an argument with AI because their own argument falls flat. I like the base logic on what's shown, not what's implied. That's not even remotely true. Otherwise, Naruto himself would be immune to Genjutsu. Most jutsu due to having the most chakra in the verse. Yup. I don't know. It just sounds like one of those things where it's like Naruto characters have abilities that nobody else knows of besides Naruto fans. I had some dude, argue with me that, fuck, I actually forgot what the argument was. It was some bullshit about, like, fuck, what was it about? It was, like, some bullshit, like, splitting a continent wasn't as impressive as Madara, like, slicing 2 mountaintops off, because slicing 2 mountaintops off did it with, like, the force of the blade and not the actual stroke of the sword. And I'm just like, bruh, Sometimes you can't make shit up. Sometimes you just can't make shit up. I mean, yeah, what am I supposed to tell people, right? You don't have to believe what I'm showing you. It's not... It's not... if it's not your prerogative to want to have a conversation about it, what is even the point of us having a back and forth? It's because he has an awakened third eye. That's why they don't know these techniques. Why are people using AI to power scale of all things? I prefer my power scaling Brayrot AI free and made by man. I mean, people like using AI because usually AI will give like a very... It'll give like a... I don't even want to say it, but like AI gives like a very like middle of the ground safe ass interpretation, right? Like the AI doesn't know that much. You have to like feed it a metric fuck ton of information. You genuinely have to feed the AI a metric fuck ton of information, and most of the time it's just getting its information off of like what random people say on the internet. It's not like the AIs have, unless you actually feed an AI all of the information from both series, you're probably not really going to get an argument. You should get into fairy tale scaling. People pull out the dumbest lines of scaling. Yeah, you mean air pressure versus direct contact. Yeah. Who gives a shit if it's air pressure? Why does air pressure make it more impressive than splitting in the continent of ice? A crucial principle of power scaling. They view it as a crucial... Here's the thing. You know that... I'm going to say this, and I don't know if this is going to necessarily... I'm going to say this, and, you know... I'm not sure if people are going to take this the best way possible. Splitting people up instantly. To be fair... Okay... Oh, shit. Specify new location or missing file. Great, because I used a goddamn image. What, it has to be 690. 690. What is it? Punk Hazard? 690. What the fuck? Why don't I have the chapter anymore? Oh, yeah, sorry. You can usually tell that if an individual you're talking to, right? And this isn't to like really talk shit on anybody, but if an individual that you're speaking to, especially in regards to power scaling, goes out of their way to say that like verse equalization is 100% integral to power scaling, otherwise it's not really fair to like do a versus battle, they're more than likely a more casual, they're more than likely a casual scaler. Is for the nitty-gritty of AP, just like the type of destruction. True, but again, you cannot scale splitting two mountaintops, even with the force of the air pressure, to be even remotely equivalent to splitting a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. You can't compare it. If you try to, you can try to, you're just not gonna really get anyone to agree with you unless you're pulling out some bullshit numbers that wouldn't even be canon in the first place. Yeah. No, I don't think it was ever stated to be tougher than diamonds. Where the fuck?
Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't. More so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable of and how much faster he is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups, Trafalgar Law absolutely wins. And how much faster he is than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups, Trafalgar Law absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not just throw the whole verse at him in a single...
Sorry about that. Let's switch to y coordinates, and then yo, actually, let me do something really funny. Is there a poop emoji somewhere? I need a poop emoji. Wait, do I have one? Library, content, miscellaneous. No, I don't need that. Logos. No, I don't need that. Fonts, miscellaneous, extra, video, background, fonts, music, sound effect. I could have sworn I had something. Logos? No. Really, I don't... Where is the stuff I have for sandbag profiles, sandbag emotes? No. I thought I did. That's crazy. Pulverization and vaporization gets you higher than splitting. Not trying to change your mind. That's just how the math works. Yeah, and Madra didn't either vaporize nor pulverize those mountains, so I don't know what even the point of bringing that up is. But you know who did vaporize a mountain? Kaido. Casually, too. Tailed beast bombs are also not casual, at least for most tailed beasts. I mean, the tougher than... Something about beach characters being invisible. I mean, you can always just say you don't have to verse equalize. You just have to say, hey, they're visible. There, they can see them. Okay. Can we talk about the spoilers from the episode, or is it better not to? Please don't talk about any spoilers for anything. Unless people are okay with it. Trash can emoji. Let's see, tools, color, transparent. Close, I don't want any of that. Fuck. What if I just do this? Documents, library, content, logos. Sorry, I just want to do this for me. This is just 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 for me. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Right there. Yeah. Nobody is going to find out. Nobody's going to... Most people might not notice it. But... yeah. Interact with Genjutsu. Get her gone. That's what I'm saying. Let me just move this bitch. Let me just remove this bitch from my screen. Alright. And then I'm going to screenshot this specifically. I'm just going to screenshot that. Alright. Delete. And here's what I can do now. I found a little trick. Not really... Well, I found... Yeah, kinda. Let's see. Let's go back. Thumbnails. Oh, right here. Yeah, this might just be the thumbnail of the video. No funny. Fuck, wait. Fuck, wait, I fucked that up. Well, what if I just, like, you know... just zoom it in a little bit more, and then I do it. Yeah! Alright, let's see how this turns out.
Absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not just throw the whole verse at him in a single video? As you can already probably tell, this video...
There we go.
As you can already probably tell, this video is...
Let me lower the opacity, too. What's your doubt, Adarsh? What's your doubt? That even with you can't have Genjutsu cross verse? I mean, let me ask you this. Is there an implication that a character who does not have chakra or a chakra network within the context of Naruto is put into Genjutsu? I have a pretty good font I use for editing stuff in manga panels. I can show you some of my stuff. I think you've done it for thumbnails in the past. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, for sure. After I'm back from my trip, I'd be down to just sit down and just yap it out and chat for a while. I don't know if I'm gonna have time during the next this next week, only because I do have to like crunch time this video.
This does go against most of my video formulas, where I do try to discuss the character as close to their...
Okay, so what the fuck was I doing here with Law? Oh yeah, right. This. Just to be clear, Law does have some... Okay, we do those. Close this up. And then... Yeah, it's like... Listen, if you genuinely want Genjutsu to be a thing, you can always just verse equalize. Nobody's telling you not to. Verse equalization isn't something that like you can't have either. You can verse equalize. You are allowed to verse equalize. I'm not going to tell anyone that they cannot verse equalize if they wouldn't want to, especially if they want to, just in the same way that I wouldn't tell someone you cannot use real-world math, physics, logic, calculations, pixel measurements, etc. if you want to scale. Scale however it is you want to scale. However, if the topic of conversation doesn't involve those concepts, it kind of doesn't add anything to the conversation if you're bringing up said concepts again. Does that make sense? And I say that specifically because people live like on both of these like extreme ends of like you have to and you don't have to, right? And it's not always the case. You don't have to verse equalize in the same way that you don't have to not, I mean, you can just verse equalize. You can if you want to. Nothing is stopping you from doing it as well. Nothing is stopping you whatsoever from also doing it. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily like a either you do or you don't. We don't live in absolutes. Power scaling doesn't inherently exist in absolutes. What would Luffy do against Dan? Dan, the guy who is Tsunade's ex-fiance or whatever. If you received some criticism in your thumbnail, I mean, if I received criticism in my thumbnail, it's always something I can change later. Especially, like, if people have a massive issue with it. I've been thinking about, like, finding ways... One second. Let me see if I can... How do I do this?
My video formulas, where I do try to discuss the character as close to their canon personalities, but it's kind of impossible for me to do so without it being talk about every single character interaction. If you like this style of content, please not me to do so without it. It's kind of impossible for me to... It's kind of impossible. But it's kind of impossible. But it's kind of impossible. But it's...
There we go. No buts. Alright, I'm not gonna do any actual editing for these portions right here. I'm just gonna try to fill out the timeline, and then I can get most of the editing done in like 2 days if I just fill out the timeline. Fuck. Not paste repeat. This we go. I know you checked other artists on Fiverr. Did you go anywhere? Did that go anywhere? Other artists in Fiverr, I didn't like a lot of their art styles, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know that a lot of people don't like the artists that I was currently using. I'd be willing to change up on them. Something that I was thinking about doing, and not for thumbnails. I cannot express this enough. Not for thumbnails. But I was thinking about maybe making a... I was thinking about actually implementing that sandwich theory thing into... I was actually considering implementing that sandwich theory stuff into the Luffy versus Naruto video, but I can't find like any good PNGs of sandwiches that I can also like just straight up split up, so I was thinking about using like an AI for that. just to make me like some sandwiches and stuff like that with like some of the text already added into that. But I know a lot of people seem to have an issue with any channel even remotely adding AI, at least as a form of like, you know, just throwing in like an image or two into their fucking video. I'm not going to use it for the thumbnail. I'm still going to pay someone to make my thumbnail for me, and I'm still going to edit the entire video on my own. But I figured in spaces where you just hear me talking, if I can throw in a randomly generated AI video, not video, an image thrown into like the background, maybe like an AI sandwich, just to like explain the sandwich theory and stuff. I don't know if people are gonna have an issue with that. I know that some people don't care. I know that a lot of people just hate AI in general, and if they don't want to see any of it at all on the channel, I mean, let me know. I don't have to add it in. But I was thinking, at least let me throw in some AI in the form of like some images in the background that I can just throw in. But I know some people. My favorites are the ones made with manga panels. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna make, like, some actual, like, AI manga and stuff like that, but, like, I was thinking about, like, you know, maybe doing, like, an interaction between, like, Naruto and Luffy using AI. Because, honestly, it is pretty expensive to pay somebody to do multiple upon multiple images. Just the thumbnail alone is, like, what, 30 minutes? It's, like, $30. And I do basically work on a small budget. So, if you guys have an issue with that, let me know. I'm not saying it's going to be definitive. I'm not saying that, you know, you guys are going to see a bunch of AI in the channel. I'm just saying, as far as, like, a couple of images, I can just throw it in the background every now and then. I don't think it's the biggest deal, but I know that some people will be like, I will never watch your channel again as long as you keep using AI. I've seen that for other channels, so might as well just bring it up to you guys. Aside from the moral implications, to me, AR just looks really ugly. I'm not saying that it's gonna be very pervasive. Maybe, like, one or two images. Maybe for, like, a sandwich. You know what I mean? I'm not here to, like, throw in, like, the extra fingers or the characters looking weird. And I think I'd probably try to, like, generate something that at least looks half decent. You could always use images from Toriko. Images from Toriko? Yeah, except you're gonna shoot images from Toriko. Does Toriko have a... Wait a second. Does Toriko have a colored manga? Because I don't think you guys understand what my issue is, right? The issue isn't so much so like, okay, for example, this looks pretty damn good, right? This looks pretty damn good, but the issue isn't so much using this. I could definitely crop this out and just use this. Food Wars, it's okay with me if it matters. Well, this is mostly from the anime. What is this? You know what? It's saying to turn off safe search. I'm probably not comfortable pressing that. Because, like, I've looked. My girlfriend and I even, like, she even, like, helped me look for it. But it's, like, besides using, like, a random stock image of a sandwich, which I don't know if I want to use. I mean, it'd probably be funny for me to use it. But, like, maybe this one could work. But the thing is that, like, what I'm trying to do is essentially have, like, the words themselves pop in within the letters. And I don't know if I can just do that with my own... I don't think I'm good enough. Don't do it? Alright. Food Wars. Just don't do what Stein Nixos did, please. What did Stein do? Toriko has colored images? Yeah. Let me see. Is it on Weeb Central? Toriko. What did Stein do? I don't like the look of AI, but I don't care about the morality. Like you said, the AI isn't replacing the job here since you wouldn't hire someone for all of that anyway, so who really cares? That's my thing. It's not like I'm not gonna pay a manga artist to, like, not a manga artist. It's not like I'm not paying someone to, like, make the thumbnail for me and something. It's just like a couple of seconds. You've already heard my thoughts on this though. I've already heard your thoughts on it, but I did want to bring it up to everybody else to see what they think. I know that you don't like AI Art 6, so, and I do respect that, honestly. Maybe I can, like, edit in, maybe if there's, like, a video, if I look at the anime, maybe, like, there are, like, portions of Toriko where, like, I can essentially throw in, like, the words in here, and then if the characters are putting in, like, the ingredients one after the other, I can probably edit that in. I don't know. I'm not planning on, like, what even is the sandwich theory? The sandwich theory is essentially this concept that I've been developing for power scaling, so that you can essentially develop your... arguments as best as possible. The sandwich theory kind of more so goes into the idea of claims, right? So you have multiple kinds of claims. Let me just bring up paint real quick, right? Just a lot of people aren't. Yeah, that's the thing. Most people a lot of people don't seem to be with it, don't seem to be okay with it, which is why I'm like, yeah, I'm willing to respect that, right? Like, if people really hate it, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not really gonna sit here and, like, you know, fight anybody on it. If you don't like it, and if it's gonna stop you from, like, enjoying the channel or the content, I mean, listen, I don't think it's that serious in all honesty, but some people do, so I'm willing to at least respect that, and at the end of the day, I don't want the channel to suffer just because I'm gonna be stubborn about something. Okay. Okay, so here is the sandwich theory, just for those of you, or at least the idea of a claim sandwich, right? Not that. Give me a second. We'll do it with this. Alright, let me just move this here. And then we'll just, fill it up. We'll just fill it up. Let me make you guys some, oh shit. Yeah, some people get really upset about that, and they'll be like, "Well, why didn't you hire an artist? You already hired a thumbnail artist for this stuff. Why didn't you just hire them for something else?" And I'm like, "Dude, I can hire one guy to like paint an image for me or two. I can't. People really be expecting you to drop like thousands on this shit, bruh. Hundreds. I can't just spend hundreds of dollars on thumbnails and multiple fucking images for one video, especially if I can't guarantee that the video will do well in the first place. You know what I mean?" Alright, so, let me just fill this bitch in. Okay, let me just fill this shit in. Ah! Alright, there we go. And then, we'll fill this in. Okay, so this is my sandwich theory. Right? I never tried it myself, but instead of the issue, you can't find a PNG, there should be some models. I tried. My girlfriend and I literally looked for like an hour. She literally sat there on her laptop for a while, trying to help me find one. It was like, I just couldn't get what I wanted. I think he's talking a Stein using AI avatar. I don't think it looks bad, but I understand why people dislike it since the avatar has no face, so it looks awkward. Ah! Think of it like the scientific method. Now, this isn't exactly a foolproof method, but I do think that it at least works well for like what we try to do when it comes to scaling. Yeah, I'll use this. Okay, so here's how the sandwich theory essentially works, right? Essentially, it boils down to the following, right? You have your statements. Let me change the color back to black. You have statements. You have feats. You have feats. You have statements and you have feats. These are your ingredients. Every single sandwich, you cannot have a sandwich without having your ingredients. Your statements and feats are your lettuce, your tomato, your ham, your cheese. They are your protein. They are your cucumbers. They are everything that goes inside of the sandwich. No sandwich is a sandwich without something in between, right? Otherwise, you just have two pieces of bread. Now, statements and feats can be interpreted in all different shapes and sizes. They can be interpreted to have different levels of flavor, and usually what you can consider your interpretation is, let's say, your... Oh, wait, let me... How the fuck... Wait. Delete. How the fuck do I do this? Actually, I'll do it with this. Yeah, we'll do it like this. So, these are your statements and feats. Now, statements and feats... Have a good one, Esther. How much would you have to pay to make you match up with those fairy tale bum-ass characters? To make a matchup? I don't know. $100. I'd have to read through an entire series. So... Here, this'll be, you know what, I'll just make the sauce white. Yeah, you guys are gonna, actually, let me make the sauce like this color. Okay, so, you have your statements and your feats. Now, statements and feats can be interpreted 1,000 different ways, right? You can have a statement like Don Chinja splitting a continent, either be continental, which would be like at least the bare minimum that you could give the feat, but some people like to upscale it, some people like to underscale it. Those are called interpretations. Your sauce, your condiments are your interpretation, right? This specifically right here is, how... Interpretation. Now, Usually, I like my sandwiches without sauce, therefore I try to use the least amount of interpretations possible. I don't personally like trying to interpret that much. I like to just say what is happening on the page, which is why I say Don Chenja split a continent, because it literally stated that he split a continent. There is no implication there. Wording implies you would be fair. I just want you to be as disingenuous as possible. Oh! Alright, so you want me to be low-key crazy? What sauce do you want me to use? What fucking sauce because if I use red, then it's not gonna look like fucking red sauce. It's gonna look like it's part of the tomato. I'm not doing that, alright? Just don't think of it as white. It's not even white sauce. It's fucking cream-colored, alright? Mayonnaise is fucking cream-colored. Anyway, so back to the thing. Now, I usually like scaling my characters without really looking whatsoever at like any kind of... I don't really like to interpret. As a matter of fact, I just like to say what is written on the fucking screen. Of course, it's kind of impossible to always interpret everything. I mean, sorry, just read everything out because sometimes, you know... Sometimes you just don't have enough information from what's told, so that's why you have to interpret. Now, your sauces are your interpretation. In many cases, if you pour too much sauce into your sandwich and it kind of covers all of your statements and feats, and then you kind of just have a bloodied mess of just either too much mayonnaise or too much ketchup. What happens when you put too much ketchup on your sandwich, right? It doesn't matter if it's ketchup or mayonnaise or mustard or whatever the fuck you want to throw it on your sandwich. If you base your entirety of your claim too much on your interpretation, in other words, on your sauce, it's just going to taste, your sandwich is just going to taste like the sauce. So you usually want a hint of interpretation. You don't want too much of it. But anyway, your bread, every single sandwich, there is no sandwich out there that does not have some kind of bread. Your sandwiches are your narrative. These are your narrative. You need narrative when you're power scaling, or at least if you want to make a claim that's even remotely decent. The reason why you want narrative in your claim sandwich is specifically because... The reason why you want a narrative included in your claim sandwich, the reason why you want to include narrative is because it keeps the borderlines of your series. If your series, or whatever the hell you're talking about, for example, Naruto, right? If you don't include the narrative, if you don't actually talk about what the characters are doing within the context of the story, what the author's intent is, and then you just try to scale the characters as high as possible, you get shit like the Naruto Universal meta, you get the shit like the One Piece Universal meta, you get the Solar System metas, you get the Bleach low complex multiversal metas, because the narrative isn't necessarily backing that shit up, right? Statements feats narrative, and interpretation is your condiments. You want the narrative, in other words, the borders of your sandwich, the thing that's holding it all together, to be somewhat within the... You want it to be able to hold all of your ingredients together. If you throw too many statements and too many feats, you're going to have a sandwich that is going to spill in out of itself, because then especially if you have too many statements and feats and interpretation that in and of itself don't live within the borderlines of your sandwich, all that's going to happen is your sandwich is going to spill over. What about agenda hot dog theory? The agenda hot dog theory is that you're sucking on a giant glizzy and you're being disingenuous. I'm going to save this one. The claim sandwich. I'm going to throw this in Library of Ohara content. Sure, I'll throw it in miscellaneous. Claim sandwich. Claim sandwich. Yeah, I'll just throw it in there. Anyway, I wasted a lot of time on that. Kid Naruto FTL. Yeah, you get Naruto to Kid Naruto to FTL if you do that bullshit. Anyway, so there you go. A sandwich writing template? Yeah, that works too. Sandwich writing template. Yes! This might actually be better than the AI, I'm not gonna lie. Ha ha! There we go. Should have saved it as white sauce delight instead. Alright. Alright, that is enough of that. I could just use some AI to, like, literally just swap all this text out so I don't have to do it myself. Listen, I'm just trying to cut off some of the work off myself, honestly. Besides, it's just for, like, a simple... And besides, I can also use the AI to turn this into, like, a PNG. But anyway, yeah, I could use that. Appreciate it. That's actually nice. Appreciate it, Jerome. Appreciate it. That's actually very helpful. Yeah, I'll workshop this. We get Mr. 3 Gorosei level because of Dory and Bragi type shit. Yeah. Exactly. You get characters to shoot up massively in terms of their power if you don't include the full-on narrative and context. Technically, the bread is also the context of what's happening. If you remove the context from everything that is happening, does Naruto win against Luffy? Fuck no. Naruto loses every single round that I could think of against Luffy. That's why I had to actually make the video, or at least the format of the video, I had to change it so that every single time one character wins, I just simply keep that version of the character and move up to another version. For example, like Kid Naruto loses to both versions of pre-time skip Naruto lose to East Blue Luffy. So I have to move to like Rasen Shuriken Naruto to beat Luffy. Just to make it fair so I could give Naruto a couple of wins. And equal stats, I don't care about equal stats. And the reason why I don't care about equal stats is specifically because you have to give Naruto... You basically have to nerf Luffy or buff Naruto in order to even give him a fucking chance. Yeah, equalizing stats either massively buffs Naruto or massively nerfs him. I mean, you can scale characters however high you want. You just gotta remember that your sandwich basically spilled over. You don't have a sandwich anymore at that point. You just have a blob of statements and feats. Wait. What was that? What was those old videos? What were those old videos where the guy used to throw... Messy sandwich. Messy spilt sandwich. Yeah, or else you get something like this. Or else you get something gross like this. Ew, it's a loose meat sandwich. Who the fuck eats a loose meat sandwich? You get something gross, dude. If you like, Iana's about to discover how to basic. Yeah, how to basic! That's what it was, how to basic. Yeah, you get some shit show like this. That's the issue, man. You basically got a handful of mayo with some bread in it. That's what I'm saying. You basically got a handful of mayo with some bread in it and a couple of statements and feats that have been completely smothered in the mayo. Like, nobody wants a sandwich like that, but that's what these like, high outer versal verses sound like whenever you're, like, people try to upscale them. Looks like a rabbit let loose between that that bread. Yeah. Is how to basic just no longer? Anyway, I'm over that. Whatever. Back to this.
Talk about every single... But it's kind of impossible for me to do so without it being a 5-hour-long video, since I can't talk about every single character interaction. If you like this style of content, please let me know down in the comments. So with all that out of the way, let's begin. I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character...
Okay. Alright, let's see. One Piece, documents, library. This is another video. This is Law versus the entire Naruto verse. This is another video that I'm working on right now. I didn't feel comfortable not putting out content for you guys anymore, so I mean, how fast... Okay, so Adarsh, let me ask you a question. For you or anybody else that believes that that Madara's neck turning speed is fast, how fast do you think Madara can turn his neck? How fast do you genuinely believe that Madara Uchiha can turn his neck? Because here's the thing, I'm gonna be so real with you. No, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes sense. I guess the logic makes sense, but guess what? Here's why that argument doesn't work whatsoever. How fast does Madara turn his neck? That might just spoil the Naruto video. I don't care if it does, dude. I really don't care if it does. People are not gonna like the Naruto versus Luffy video regardless. So, what am I supposed to tell you? What's WoW versus Naruto? What are you talking about? Is that supposed to, you tried to write Wario Eternal? Is that Wario? Is that like World of Warcraft? What is this? So that's the thing. I can't tell you whether or not it's going to spoil things for like the Naruto versus Luffy video, but what I can tell you is that at least either it brings up hype or people outright hate it. Either way, not my problema. I'm going to need at least this much space. Yeah, I don't need that much space, but I do need this. Media generator. What does this do? What is... Noise texture? The fuck is this?
What exactly they're up against. Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from
I have no idea how to use this stuff.
Certain ninjas to take note of are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structure.
The video FX, hub, project media, media generator, project media. Shit, I completely forgot how to do this. Oh, shit, I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, transitions. There we go. Put this over here. I don't care about Hub Explorer. Yeah, put that all that way over there. I don't care about that. Transitions, that's what I care about. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. I just need my favorites, gradient wipes, and then we'll do nebulous. Okay. Then we go to... What was the threshold for this? It was like... 210. I like 210. That was usually like 0.60. Let me see.
I just want to start things off by... yeah. Let's begin.
Okay, now we need music. Good news, because of how widely unpopular your takes are in the power scaling world, will attract lots of people. Now, just try to answer Dio's question with W Law versus... Oh, okay. Got you. The L in Law's names and arts. I didn't see. What about the Bleach review video? I wanted to work on that. I'm not gonna lie. Between having to read Naruto and One Piece at the same time, I need to make videos that don't necessarily have me read through stuff. I want to, if I'm going to make content, at least for now, it's just going to have to be off the top of my head. Because here's the thing, I get too, like jumbled up if I'm reading multiple things at the same time, which is why I had to, if you notice, like, during the first couple of streams, or I think it was either the first or second stream, I was doing, like, Naruto and Luffy back and forth, and then I said, fuck it, I'm just going to do one at a time, because it just jumbles me up too much if I'm going back and forth. I'd rather just stick to something really quick and then switch to whatever else, because it lets me, like, change gears. It lets me, like, shift my mentality to something else. Otherwise, like, I'm just focused too much on one end of things, and then I'm focused too much on the other, and then I'm just missing stuff. No, right now, what we need is music. Music. Now, the music part is going to be an issue, because I don't think I can really play the music out on stream. Not this one. Let me lower this real quick. Did you decide to make Law because you knew it would break? You needed a break from the last few months? No, I didn't decide to just make it randomly. I was sitting in my room. Actually, here, literally, just listen to this. Just listen to this.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night when an intrusive thought came across my mind. What if Trafalgar Law went up against the Naruto-verse Gauntlet?
Did that make sense? Yeah, I basically was just sitting in my bed. I'm not kidding. I'm literally lying in my bed. I'm scrolling through my phone at like 3, 4 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. And all of a sudden, I get just this really strange idea like, I was like looking through like some random like scaling things. Change gears, you say? Eon upscale? Yeah. Says his Law versus Shippuden, no Boruto era. I haven't read Boruto now, have I? But yeah, no, Law still beats Boruto. There's nobody in Boruto that beats Law. There's nobody in Boruto that beats Law. But maybe, I guess, Damon. But I'm starting to think that Damon's ability might be kind of... Mind you, this is just coming in from my own beliefs. I have nothing to really back it up other than, like, Damon apparently fails to protect Ada, so I have to believe that his ability isn't as crazy as it's portrayed to be. There's got to be, like, some fatal weakness to his, Shinjutsu.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night.
When I see Shibai as a character and not just as some random dude that they keep referencing, then I'll consider him as a character. Right now, I don't consider Shibai as a character.
Every single character interaction. If you like this style of content, please let me know down in the comments. So with all that out of the way, let's begin. I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character who can potentially solo the Naruto-verse, we first have to consider what exactly they're up against. Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas to take note
this is nice.
I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character who can potentially solo the Naruto-verse, we first have to consider what exactly they're up against.
Yes, hail Shibai, hail Shibai. He is the most powerful character in fiction. So powerful, in fact, nobody has ever once heard of him or done anything even remotely close to what he can do. He's a hacks merchant that is known of the highest order.
I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character who can potentially solo the Naruto-verse,
What's up, Scott?
we first have to consider what exactly they're up against. Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance,
Turn your chat into all messages visible has a good question. My bad. Somebody had a question. Why would Madara do when Law's room rotates Madara's balls 180 degrees? I don't know, man. Madara, honestly, he's gonna sit there and cry and then wonder where the hell some power like this was. He's gonna wonder, wait, the chakra fruit? What chakra fruit? What chakra fruit did you eat, my guy? Condi Oriano versus Ramen Guy. I'd probably give it a Ramen Guy. He's definitely the strongest in all of Naruto. Like, here's the thing. The reason why people still seem to think that, like, Naruto is more powerful than One Piece is because they have literally just one character that kind of so far scales above everybody in One Piece, and that is quite literally just Ramen Guy. Ramen Guy is so powerful, he could unironically get Luffy and any other big back in One Piece to basically join their side just by simply whipping them up the most delicious ramen out of anyone else. Is this video about characters soloing Naruto? Yeah, specifically Law.
Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden...
Where is my project media? I'll move all of this here because I don't need Project Hub. Project Media. And then... It's a good day when when my job essentially involves me also slandering Sakura. Yo, I should make a video just slandering this bitch. No, let me stop. I shouldn't do that. That shit gets old very quickly. Alright.
Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas to take note of are the commanders that... Certain ninjas to take note of...
Okay. I got... By login, I meant Loki. What do you think about Loki's new dragon design, and how convinced are you that he's stronger? I mean, I don't know about stronger. I mean, he could be. I don't really care. I think that he is. I'm fine with him being stronger than Kaido, honestly. I know a lot of people seem to have an issue with that, but I guess it just goes to show that a writer must have done something right if they made a character seem so overly powerful that, like, every single other character now has to be compared to them. Yeah, it gets old very fast, which is why I'm like, listen, from my perspective, listen, I could hate on that whore every single day. That bitch, that walking sea rag, I could shit on her every day of my life, and I would literally never get tired of it. But some people don't like it, especially when it's like, it's been a joke that's been running around for too long. Maybe like 5-6 years ago, I could have made like a video about it every day, but not anymore, man. Not that I really cared to, anyway. I just like shitting on her just for fun.
Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas...
Okay. Let me just... I'll edit this down. And I'm gonna need the chapter... I'm gonna need the chapter where they reference the 4th grade Shinobi War. When does the war itself start? When does the war itself start? I need, pre-war, yeah. Uh-huh. Where is it? Oh. According to infiltration, 100,000. I need the chapter where it's stated that they have 80,000 members. I don't need any of this. Reinforcements. Okay. We need this.
About 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages.
Okay. So now we need this. This. We will move. I will edit this later. All of this will be edited later. Somebody's tagging me. Ooh, okay, what are you guys saying? Steinixos might combust if he sees this video? Why? What about Wanze, the noodle guy from One Piece? He was so powerful, Nanzi had to use his hands. Yeah, but Wanze also makes noodles out of his mouth and nose, and I hate him for that. That's disgusting. We editing versus Naruto or a different one? A different one. You can read it up here. Law versus Naruto, the entire Naruto verse. Ugh. Yeah, Kaido's basically the Jiren. Why is Sakura's face where a beautiful trash can once was? That's what I'm saying, bro. Why the fuck is this bitch on my screen right now? Where's my beautiful trash bin? I need my beautiful trash bin right now. To be fair, Kaido was an emperor and had one of the coolest introductions, and I can see why Kaido stays the main staple of One Piece power. Yeah. But, like, every other villain that we fought, Kaido is going to get power clipped. I mean, like, guys, listen, here's the thing. Let's be real about something, right? Let's be real about something. For years, people thought Enel was the biggest fucking problem in all of One Piece, right? For years, people would be like, yo, Enel's gotta be one of the craziest fucking character. The guy can literally wipe out an entire country. The guy is dropping fucking bolts of lightning from the fucking heavens. Then You have Robert Lucius, who literally pushes what's-his-face. He did one Hoculus, attacked and stood. We see him, multiple panels clearly depicted staying in the same stance. Yeah. Then we have Robert Lucius, who Luffy fights, and everybody thinks, oh man, Rob Lucci is fucking crazy, one of the craziest villains of all time. Look at him, he's so powerful, he'd still be relevant. And then you see more shit happen. Then you got Doflamingo. People will be like, oh man, Doflamingo's crazy. And then, oh, Katakuri got introduced. Oh man, Katakuri's one of the craziest, most powerful characters of all time. Katakuri is absolutely insane. And then you get Kaido. Kaido gets introduced and people are like, well, Loki can still keep up. No, Loki can't keep... I'm sorry, not Loki. Katakuri's still relevant in the conversation, and then he one-shots Luffy, and you're just like, oh. Oh, wait, how long... How long did Luffy fight Katakuri? 10 hours? 11 hours? Wait. Luffy fought Katakuri for 11 hours straight. Kaido did what? He one-shot him? You're lying. Come on now. I know he's an Emperor of the Sea, but the difference can't be... Wait. There's the back... Wait, that's the manga panel? Yeah, he hit Luffy. Yeah, Luffy... Oh, man, Luffy's beating the shit out of... Wait, what happened? Oh, Luffy beat the... Luffy didn't do damage? Kaido one-shot Luffy and he didn't do... Bro, I saw him do damage. He literally used Gear 4. No damage whatsoever? That's crazy. And now the same thing is gonna happen to Kaido. Nope. Loki is never referenced as a Yonko who didn't become a Yonko. Nope, he is not. Yo. It is a consistent case by case scenario where as soon as we saw Crocodile immediately got power clipped by Enel. Enel got immediately power clipped by Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci gets immediately power clipped by Kizaru. Then we have kind of the Admirals being like the biggest problem so far, but everybody kind of power clipped Luffy by that point. Then we have Doflamingo power clipping all the guys we fought before. Then we have Katakuri power clipping Doflamingo, power clipping Enel, power clipping Rob Lucci. Now we have Kaido power clipping Katakuri, power clipping... Isn't that power... No, he was power clipped. He did not let Luffy win. Katakuri did not let Luffy win. Yo, I hate that line of fidelity.
Operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas...
Okay, so we got that panel. Now we go here. No, we still have to be in pre-war. We got that panel.
To take note of are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent, shoot out barrages of light rays that they can manipulate to travel in different directions, the ability to cast a genjutsu that causes massive flashes of lightning in the form of light, in addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize in order.
Okay, let me see how I'm going to do this.
Are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized...
Okay.
Commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures that can create a mountain-sized... that can create a...
Okay. With the Otsutsuki in mind, yeah, it's the same thing. First we thought Pain was a problem, and then we got introduced to Kabuto, and then Madara, and then all these other characters. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell people when they say that, like, Kaido can't be power clipped. It's like, it's happened to quite literally every other character in the series, every other villain that's been defeated. Why wouldn't it happen to Kaido? What makes Kaido different? That he's a Yonko? Okay. The Yonko were never the end goal. The Yonko were simply a stepping stone.
different directions that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent, shoot out barrage that they can manipulate to travel in different directions. The ability to cast a genjutsu that causes massive flashes of lightning in the form of light, in addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique of light, in addition to what could possibly be explained as, in addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that simultaneously. The Shinobi Alliance is not a of light, in addition to what.
And it's crazy to think that, like, none of this matters. People are viewing Yonko tier as the final tier in the series for the longest. Meanwhile, Emu shows up with Haki and the range of Joy Boy knots comparable. And here we are with Loki. You make a great argument, but you have to consider I can just say nah-uh. I haven't considered that. And you know what? That's a better argument than anything I could have thought up of, Jerome. That's honestly, like, a way better argument. Like, damn. I guess if somebody just tells me nah-uh, I don't really have much else to tell you, right? It's like, I mean, yeah, you're right. Nah. Interesting news here. Godzilla's getting a crossover with Sonic. What isn't Godzilla getting a crossover with? I hate that thing. I'm starting to really hate Godzilla. This thing is so fucking annoying. It's just a giant lizard, dude. It's just a giant fucking lizard, dude. Alright, I need Naruto clips now. I need Naruto videos. What do I have here? Okay. So, while that's up. Oh, I should really save before this crashes out on me. Yeah, there we go. Godzilla's Eon's next Superman. It's about to be, bro. I'm really tired of that fuck-ass lizard. Why the hell is he even fighting? That's what I'm saying, bruh. What episode does the Shinobi Alliance Jutsu? The Allied Forces Shinobi Jutsu. That was what, 340, 363. I do have 363. Fantastic. Sweet. Guys, you want to watch a whole episode of Naruto with me while I talk in the background? Let me stop. As an SBO victim, don't do my man Godzilla like that. Nah, I'm starting to get tired of this shit, bruh. Okay, there we go.
In fact, we've seen of observation user by
man, look at all those mountains get blown up. Man, that's so impressive. Wow, all those mountains blowing up. Why would any character in One Piece even remotely compare to just a couple of mountains blowing up? They really sat there and let them all join in when they could have just blasted them straight through. Yo, look at all these people smiling like, yeah, we're gonna win this shit. Fucking jobbers. Alright, I need this jutsu. That's what I'm saying.
Quantifiably.
That's what I'm saying, bruh. Alright, we need this. Alright, I need these two. I'll edit this later. I don't need this specifically. Yeah. Do you guys think the Laser Circus Jutsu is actually light speed?
Single benefit is 100 times stronger than KCM2 plus Sage Mode. The Naruto a major arc in 4 Naruto Katsuki don't on top of the up because
okay, I don't think I need the rest of this. What was my point here again? I needed
The ability to cast a genjutsu that causes massive flashes of lightning in the form of light, in addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize in order to perform large-scale jutsus simultaneously. The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu.
Okay. What was that jutsu that Ino performed? Ino Yamanaka. Now I need Ino. Ino Yamanaka. Wait. No, not that one. Would fill with cream. Would definitely fill with cream. Would definitely fill with cream. You can check the kanji. It's in the library you don't use. Fuck off. Fuck off. Alright, let's see. Yamanaka style jutsu, the transmission jutsu, the mind body. Communicate telepathically with someone. Kameshi is quite skilled, able to connect the Shinobi through a telepathic link. Transmit target's mind. 5 great countries, as far as 100 kilometers. And years later, she could perform this technique to connect as far as 100 kilometers beyond the distance of the village unaided. What was the jutsu that she did this at 630? Chapter 630 is after Sasuke and the others show up. Yeah, 630 is after the... No, it's after... Ugh, fuck. Alright, I don't need this right now. Chapter 630 is around here. Yeah. Does Minato appear? What episode does Minato appear in the war? 372. Do I have 372? I do. I do have 372. And I am going to need the episode... Yeah, and I remember 3 random no-name Whitebeard pirates beat down a pacifista in the anime. Yeah! They're very impressive. Oda did a lot of damage with Gazelle Man. He didn't do a lot of damage with Gazelle Man. The Gazelle Man problem was literally just explained by actual narrative. Okay. No, it has to be prior to this. By the way, I do respect Ino for this specifically. People don't consider how crazy it is that she's literally combining multiple fucking thousands of minds at once. That shit I do think is actually pretty damn impressive. Oh, I don't need this. Alright. Hey, what's up, Sui? Happy you're almost done. Eager for the video? This is a different video, dude, but I appreciate it. Alright, now let's move all of this here. Yeah, I think they're an underrated clan. Okay. I need to group, and then I need to...
In addition to what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize in order to perform large-scale jutsus simultaneously. The Shinobi Alliance...
Ooh, that's gonna be sick! That's gonna look so sick. I love the part of editing. Will you ever do a stream with Facecam? Whenever I can afford one, my guy. Sakura with Nami, how much does Naruto change? Well, for one... I'm pretty sure Sasuke wouldn't have ran away, because how could he run away when Nami's right there to to care and caress him and love him and care for him. And you know what's crazy? She would have gone straight in to save Sasuke right away. She would have been like Sakura, who stayed back. She would have ran in, taken down the fucking Sound 4. If you put Nami, especially with her scaling into Naruto, she probably would have been soloing a vast majority of the series, bro. But Kankuro does die. I will say, Kankuro does die.
That can create a mountain-sized structure.
The mind link during the war is the only reason Naruto knows mud walls, which he later used in Boruto. I don't know if that's the only reason. I don't know if that's exactly the reason, but sure. I need a video. I need the episode. What episode does the mountain jutsu appear? Not this one. I need this guy. Yeah. Is ulti annoying? I'm gonna be so real with you. I never read through Wano. I never read through enough of Wano to feel like ulti was annoying in the first place. I legitimately skipped so much of Wano that all I know is that ulti was one of his, ulti was a Tobi Roppo, specifically just because I saw her fight alongside Kaido's other dudes. I skipped so much of Wano, dude. I like, the issues that people have with so many characters, I don't have, for the simple fact that Great Moving Earth Core. Is it this one? It's just fucking mountain jutsu then. Oh, the sandwich technique. That's what it's called. When the fuck was this jutsu first used? Episode 320. Do I have episode 320? I 100% don't have that episode. I have 322. Okay, we gotta go to Naruto episode 322. That's what I'm saying. She's gonna be spamming random Kirins. No, not the... Not Naruto. I need Shippuden. I need Shippuden. Since they dismantled the pacifista so easily, Six Paths Pains and background characters... Whitebeard. Don't do that to them, dude. Don't do that to them. 320. Ulti tanking Big Mom's attack was fire, yeah. Dude, I skipped so much of Wano. I didn't even know what the fuck was actually happening in Wano until, like, I actually read through it a while later. Listen, here's the thing. I don't watch anime. I really don't watch anime. It's gonna be surreal for the video to come out after all these streams. Yo, Daniel, I'm gonna be so real with you. This is not the video. This is not the video. This is Law versus all of Naruto. Oh, right. I have to swap it. Okay, One Piece, Wano, videos. Not One Piece. I'm so used to going to One Piece. Naruto. This is Law versus Naruto. 320. No, this is not that. I have a week to put out this video of Trafalgar Law versus Naruto or whatever. I do not have the time to work on Naruto versus Luffy. I have like a week to put this video out because I also want to put out content for you guys. I don't want you guys just to sit here and wait around for me to... I literally just don't want to sit here and have you guys wait around for me to put some content out while I'm doing that, because A, the channel does get stale. It does. I think it just genuinely does affect the channel in a negative light, so I might as well just go out of my way to do this. Wow, I never saw any of this. Wow, Pink Zetsu? They just make all this stuff up now, don't they? I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God, I better see a giant fucking mountain form. I better see a giant fucking mountain form. I did not just waste my time looking at this random cloud-ass shinobi with no fucking feats whatsoever even remotely show up in my... Yo. Yo, Google AI, I'm about to crash the ever-living fuck out. I've been lied to. I've been lied to. I've been lied to by Google. Google AI has lied to me. Google AI has... You know what? Why do I even have... You know what? Get deleted from... You know what? You and you get deleted from my fucking PC and never come here again. Never show your face to me, episode 320. Ignore the missing file and leave it offline. As a matter of fact... Just delete it. Out of my life! Versus all of Naruto? Fuck no, I'm not doing that. I already got enough hate for the Horty Jones one. Never trust that AI. It told me... Oh wait, no. This is from Naruto Wikia. Well, god damn it. Anime. What do you mean? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. What episode does the, I don't know, ghetto statue... Does Obito summon the ghetto statue? Okay, so it's 276. I swear to everything I love, it better not be fucking with me. Who can you trust? That's what I'm saying. I've not been paying the on find out. I've been using footage from a filler episode. Fuck you, Sara. Fuck you, man. Could have said something. You could have said something. What the fuck? Hey, getting ads on a live stream, yeah. Choji's big back, alright. It launches the thing after the lightning bolts. Yeah. Oh no, they shot him in the ghetto Mazo. Imagine how fucked the Shinobi, the Hidden Leaf Village would have been. Dude, this dude is ugly. I don't mean a face shame, but this dude is very ugly. It's funny how in earlier parts of the story, nature transformation is treated as genetic affinity that only most talented can master and the others, but in everyone mastered Earth style Earth Wall. Yeah. It's a good jutsu to have, right? It's a mud wall. Is there any light speed feats in the Naruto manga? If we're talking like just in the Naruto manga, no data books, no bullshit, no randomized interpretation or high-end scaling or any of that crap. If you're talking, are there any objective light speed feats within the context of the Naruto manga? I'm gonna be so honest with you. There are exactly, and I mean exactly, 2 statements in all of Naruto manga, in all the 700 chapters of Naruto. There are exactly 2, count them, 2 statements that say something gets light speed, and both of them are relegated to Mabui's ethereal transmission jutsu. Quite literally, a jutsu that is designed on teleporting an object at the speed of light to a location is the only statement in the entire series of Naruto that even remotely implies something is light speed. Watch this. The video won't pop up for me. For whatever reason, on my PC, I can't make videos pop up. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. My PC, for whatever reason, won't play videos. The Warlords or the Espada? I'd put my money on the Warlords. I put my money on them. To be fair, I think most Espada are like city level frauds. Yo, quick question. Can Baragon, quick question. Can Baragon decay a wind slash? Like a blade out of wind? Can Baragon decay that? Bakuyo so wa seishimashite bakuyo kumatatsu. Doesn't his decay work by sucking the life out of shit? I don't know if he specifically sucks the life out of anything. I don't know if I can necessarily tell you that. Is there a statement that implies it literally sucks the life out of things, or more of an interpretation thing? Because I don't know. I'm gonna be so real with you. Why seeing this Shippuden and it pisses me off? The war arc got so dragged. Yeah, the war arc got dragged, dude. Well, I don't know if he can decay like magic or not, but like I'm just saying, like wind itself, does wind decay? Because if that's the case, then like, yeah, probably also one-shots with just a slash of wind. Alright. Now I can edit this through. Okay. Now I have to edit this through to make it look decent. Okay. He doesn't decay anything, he just ages things. Okay, so he can't age then. He can't age wind. You can't just age wind at all, right? Let's flip horizontally. Let's animate crop. Kimi ga wa nachai, ashiga wa amegai. So nena yari ya, chigaru. So there's no implication that he... So, like, if Mihawk just swings his blade once at Baragon, right? So what I'm hearing is, if Mihawk just swings his blade once at Baragon and says, fuck you, Baragon, you chode, you old-ass chode, you're telling me Baragon can't stop that? That's crazy. Mismatch, what are these mismatches? My money is on the Hokage. Hokage for what? What's your money on the Hokage for? Sweet. Alright. Now we have to do Laser Circus. Comes out first. So we're gonna edit this. Okay. So we have this one. And then we have... Okay, so then we put these together, then we group them. Wait, what the fuck did I do? I might actually have to do it like that. Fuck it. Alright, we'll do it this way. How do you age wind? Does it just slow down? I don't think it slows down per se. I don't know if I would believe that it would just slow down, you know what I mean? Alright, animate crop, and then we group these together, and then we trim it down.
Trap the opponent, shoot out barrages of light rays that they can manipulate to travel in different directions.
Yo, I am so good at this, bro. How you guys doing? Would also probably just walk up to Baragon's aging abilities through speed or mana. You think so? You think his mana zone or his mana skin or whatever can, like, protect him from aging? Anime video crop, anime crop, and then can't age the air itself. Yeah, imagine like Baragon ages air and all it does is like make it smell like really musty and old.
Is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform.
Okay, so we move this here. We group it, and then we move it down, and then we shift it all down. Alright.
Are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent, shoot out barrages.
Okay. So you're telling me mana can't be aged? Cool. Sure. How does Bonnie compare to Baragon? Well, Baragon's ability is static. Bonnie's, she has to make some level of contact, so his would be better. Did Baragon age himself? Fraud Watch, kinda, yeah. Past Hiei? Hiei from what? From Yu Yu Hakusho? That's an interesting video idea. Unfortunately, I don't read Yu Yu Hakusho. How does this look, guys? Specifically when it comes to images, I'll edit that later. Wow. Wow.
The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means.
Fuck, I am gonna have to edit this, actually. Is Eon smoking? I'm not smoking, I'm just sick. You think 5D is pretty blatant? Cool. Ah, I lowered it. Let me see something real quick.
Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas to take note of are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent.
That's a timeout. That's a 5-minute timeout. Don't make fun of my illness by saying that I've been eating beans. Please, sir. Alright. Okay, let's see.
Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi.
We'll make this...
Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas...
Okay, I don't need to edit this specifically, but I do want... Copy. Paste. I need this and this specifically. Copy. Paste.
The Shinobi Alliance is... The Shinobi...
Oh shit, I never did these. Let me do this, this, and then we do this, here, and there we go. You didn't really miss much.
As a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize in order to perform large-scale jutsus simultaneously. The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu in order to counter devil fruit users. In order to counter joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the especially with a wide variety of means, especially with a wide any means, especially with
Okay, so that's the line right there. So I have to now add
not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that...
Okay. Yeah, I don't need this. Okay. Okay, let me think. I need... What do I need? Do I use the clip where... What episode does Madara put belt to ass for the Shinobi Alliance? Anybody remember? Anybody remember what chapter that was? What episode that was? Whatever tingly tingy ting 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 ting. What episode does Madara put belt to ass on the Shinobi Alliance? $322. So it was 322. I'm about to put belt to ass. Talking about a meteor, or yeah, right here. Yeah, this is the exact one. I got it. No worries. Fire style. We need water style Shinobi. We need water style Shinobi. Poo 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 poo. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Ah, yes. This is exactly how Madara Uchiha talks. Yes. Yes. I am not Bane. Alright. Now, where do we go next? Ass to belt? Belt to ass. Ass to... You know what'd be crazy? Putting ass to belt would imply that you're picking up a person and you're slamming them down on the floor to hit the belt with them. Like, imagine literally lifting somebody up. Like, imagine lifting somebody up and then you literally ragdoll them into a fucking belt. That's fucking ass to belt, dude. It gets funnier the more I think about it. Does Madara fight the 5 Kage? Yeah, you think Madara could have beaten the 4 Shinobi without Obito or the 10 Tails if you remove the Edo Kage and Naruto? Which version of Madara are we referring to? Which version are you referring to specifically? Let's go to like 327. Let's go to like 326. If I cannot hit it with the hammer, I will hit the hammer with you! Type shit.
Divvy up.
Yes. Nope. What do you mean? I am not Bane. I am Bean. Yeah, that shit was a generational beatdown. Yo, real quick, where the fuck does Madara put belt to ass on the fucking... Anyway. Alright, 331 then, right? Let's see. Edo or reanimated? I'm as either Edo or reanimated. Eon, you said the guy broke the TSO to prove Luffy's points, but how? Guy never, not once, ever touched the TSO. He used Madara's body. What is using Madara's body? Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So by your logic, right? By your logic, nobody, right? How exactly does one break a TSO? Are you saying that you need to have, that just having 6 paths senjutsu, right? Just having 6 paths powers? You said you are being. I was talking about the voice, dude. Come on now. You guys never seen Vanoss? You guys have never seen Vanoss, Wildcat, what was it, Terrorizer, Nogla? They made a joke about that years ago. One of them was putting on like a voice for Bane. He put on like a Pringles can. He was like, I was not. It was. Well, how did it go? How did it go? Fuck. What does Bane's line go? Nobody cared until I put on the mask, Batman. I am not Bane. Some shit like that. Anyway, don't worry about that. Didn't know Bean was Albanian. He's not... he's not Albanian, dude. Just remove that comment real quick. And Madara survived that. What's the point? Let me ask you this, nobody. Do you genuinely believe that a Six Paths user then can just shatter a TSO by touching it? Edo Reanimated was in the reference to my past question. I know what you meant. It's just that I saw nobody. We had a back and forth earlier in the comment section. Yeah, no. Madara's body didn't just crash through that TSO simply because he touched it. It was because Guy literally punched him too. Either have Six Path Shock or Nature Energy or any other ability beyond the TSO's capability, like time-space manipulation. So you're saying the TSO can't just be broken through sheer brute force. It just touching the TSO is enough to shatter it, right? I don't believe you. Right? Just so a Six Paths character can just shatter TSO by just simply touching? You're telling me that if I were a Six Paths user, I just have to touch the TSO and it shatters then, right? You're saying Guy's punch had nothing to do with that, right? You're saying the force that Guy hit Madara with, right, had nothing to do with that shattering that TSO barrier. You're telling me if Madara wanted to, he could just walk right through the TSO barrier and it would shatter? I don't believe you. I have no reason to believe that. I have absolutely and objectively speaking no reason to believe that bullshit.
The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu in order to counter Devil Fruit users. They also have combatants like the Akimichi clan that counter Devil Fruit users. I
guess I'm not gonna use... I'll save this clip for later then. Yeah. I'm gonna save this for, like... later. Actually, I don't need this. I don't need that. I'm just gonna throw in scans. Honestly. Scans are easier for this part. Also. He put on like, yeah. Let's see. We had that. No, that's not what I'm saying. Guy's force played a factor, but what broke the TSO was Madara's body. So, okay, so let me get this straight. So, by your logic, okay, but you see what you're saying, right? You're saying what broke TSO was Madara's body. So you're saying again, if Madara, Naruto, Sasuke, Hagoromo, Hamura, Obito, Kaguya, if you put a wall of TSO in front of them, you're telling me that by your logic, by the very words you're using right here, he would just walk right into it and then just shatter it. It would just shatter. No amount of force, just literally Madara putting his nose up on the TSO and then just walking through it on some Yujiro Hanma shit would just shatter the TSO? I don't believe you. I have no reason to believe that. I think he means that the force of the shattered TSO, the force can shatter a TSO, but to transfer the force, you don't need nature energy. You don't need to transfer a nature energy to affect it. All you need to do is hit it hard enough. What the fuck are we talking about? You have no objective piece of evidence that says, oh hey, TSOs can only be shattered if it literally makes contact with nature energy. No, that's not fucking true in the slightest bit. Guy punched Madara. Guy punched him hard enough that he broke through it. So again, I ask you, what is stopping Luffy from using advanced Conqueror's Haki as a metric by which he can hit the TSO itself with its mass and then just shatter it? Unless you have a objective statement that says TSO can only be shattered with either nature energy, Six Paths powers, shattered. I'm not talking about affected, I'm talking about shattered. That's what I'm saying, bruh. Like, what exactly makes me believe that Guy's punch played nothing into it? Who cares if Madara's body hit the TSO barrier? Okay? Madara's body hitting the TSO barrier. Guy couldn't punch through the TSO barrier because his fist was going to be destroyed. Luffy doesn't need to make physical contact. The dude literally has an ability to hit without making physical contact. Break it at that point. He couldn't do it because the TSO are going to destroy his fist if he makes direct contact with it. Luffy does not make direct contact when he punches. You can use force. Guy has the force to do it. He doesn't touch the TSO because the TSO would destroy him on contact. But he has the force to destroy it. Luffy has greater force than Guy, therefore Luffy can destroy them. Unlike Guy, Luffy can hit without touching. Also, that is a good point. He would probably use up all the force just smashing through the TSO, and then he wouldn't be able to generate the same amount of force from close distance. But anyway. I was looking for something. Oh, right here. Okay, gaming, Naruto, Kazekage, Part 1. Eon, no one is saying Guy's punch played no factor. You just said what broke the TSO was Madara's body. Body is natural TSO weakness. TSO are naturally weak to nature, which means Madara's body's made out of it. Okay, but again, what broke it? Was it Madara's body, or was literally the punch that sent him flying through it? All you're saying is that Madara's body is the thing that could touch the TSO. The only thing that Madara's body did was touch the TSO barrier. The TSO barrier couldn't withstand the force by which his body was being slammed right through it. That is what you don't seem to understand, nobody. Your argument does not work, because for your argument to work, that means Guy's punch literally had nothing to do with it. What I am trying to tell you is that Guy punches Madara. Madara's body hits the TSO shatters. His body can make contact with the TSO. Guy's body cannot. But to say that Madara's body is what shattered the TSO and not Guy's punch means that just anyone with Six Paths powers, Senjutsu, whatever the fuck you want to call it, can touch a TSO and shatter it. It's either one or the other. You cannot have both. I think you and nobody are just saying the same thing. You just disagree with the fact that the TSO can be affected by hockey. Yeah, I have no reason to believe that they can't be affected by hockey. Why would I believe that they can't? There's no objective piece of evidence that implies that the TSO would erase the massive hockey, especially if it's not even making contact. Luffy's punches hit harder than Naruto's. My argument is very simple. My argument is very simple. Naruto can make... Let me give you guys a bit of more context between what him and I are saying. He is saying... We had a conversation during one of the comments where he was saying that that apparently Naruto would use a TSO barrier in personality. I say no. Naruto has never used a TSO barrier in personality. He has never used it once within the entire context of the series. I have no reason to believe that Naruto Uzumaki would just pop up a TSO barrier against Luffy for no apparent reason. Especially if he's never used it before, why would he just use it now? It's like saying, well, yes, Naruto can perform a TSO barrier. Is he going to do it in personality? I have no reason to believe it. Well, what about Obito? Because I can also bring up Obito. I can bring up the Sword of Nunoboko. I can bring up a bunch of different techniques that Obito uses that Naruto doesn't use himself, like passing TSO through his hands in order to make the giant barriers that Obito makes, right? He never does that. Naruto never does those things. Now, his argument is that it would play into a factor in the fight because Luffy would have to bypass this first in order for him to hit Naruto. And my argument is, Luffy can quite literally shatter them with his punches. He can quite literally shatter them. And I said characters that he was fighting at the time all had counters to the TSO. Madara, Sasuke. What counters does Sasuke have for a TSO barrier? What counters does Sasuke have? When does Sasuke physically interact with a TSO? When does Sasuke rip apart a TSO? Six Paths Chakra? When does he blow up a TSO? Because he didn't blow him up with his own Susanoo arrow. He didn't blow them up with Naruto's when he shot three Susanoo arrows at Naruto, he didn't blow up his TSO. The TSO were still there. When does Sasuke ever damage a TSO? Sasuke touched Naruto's TSO? Naruto didn't set the TSO to destruction. Naruto never set his own TSO to a destruction function. That's why he stood on them. You can touch TSO as long as the person isn't activating the destruction application. Here's where Madara shows up. That's what I was looking for. Which would have been impossible? No, it wouldn't. It shouldn't be impossible. Or else Sakura surviving a TSO without being instantly destroyed. Which would also be impossible, especially since she didn't have set strength of 100 healings active. Yeah, but he can't teleport somebody out of something like Naruto inside of a TSO barrier. He can't teleport you out of a TSO barrier. I never stated you can't touch it. You can't touch a TSO. Yes, you can. You can touch TSO. Sasuke touches them. He stands on them literally. TSO, quite literally. TSO, quite literally, have either a destruction application or they don't. TSO are also never stated to destroy existence itself, yet people seem to believe that they are. You need 6 paths chakra, so why did Sakura survive it then? Why did Sakura survive her why did Sakura survive it then? If she should have been destroyed then, why did she survive it then? You can make contact with TSO, the destruction application has to not be active. Naruto wouldn't benefit from a TSO barrier. He was stronger than Madara and was after him. She could also shatter it, and Sasuke wouldn't just be stalling for no reason. I mean, you can use whatever you want. I'm not saying that Naruto is not capable of making a TSO barrier. What I'm saying is, it's not within his personality to form one. So again, we're going around it in circles. You can say all you want about it. Naruto still never makes a TSO barrier, so I have no reason to believe it. It's all contingent on whether or not he would say it was literally stabbed by a TSO. It pierced her. What do you mean Sakura can touch it? And did she die? Did she explode? Was her body instantly disintegrating from it, or her body start just dangling from it as it started disintegrating everything it touched? No. No, it didn't. She was being held up by it. Didn't destroy her body, didn't do anything, she healed from it. So either the TSO aren't existence erasure, or they can turn on and off the destruction application.
I'll perform a water-style jutsu in order to counter devil fruit.
Then the Susanoo arrow still impaled the TSO? They did, and guess what the Susanoo arrows are? Ninjutsu. Guess what they didn't nullify? Ninjutsu. And guess who still had the TSO? Naruto. Naruto still had those TSO with him. You can literally look at the chapters. Where the fuck is it? Knocks him away, Naruto throws him in, they clash, explode, blah 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 blah, and then in a few manga panels, yeah, Naruto still has the 3 orbs. Why couldn't Luffy grab a TSO? Conqueror's Haki plus Luffy can grab lightning, which is raw plasma, not to mention natural energy is TSO's weakness. Because Luffy isn't natural energy, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Why would Luffy be able to, why would Luffy count as... Why would Luffy count as nature energy? Literally, the best case for Naruto using them is just a fancy shield that at first Luffy is hurt on, but then he just uses advanced... I mean, not even that. Why would Luffy make contact with it when he has future sight and would know exactly what would happen if he touches them? Okay. Haki is natural energy from animals? No, it's not. That is a damned lie. That's not how a TSO disintegrate. TSO disintegrate whenever it makes contact with. Right, so Sakura just completely had her spine, her sternum, the insides of her body. They just had them completely disintegrated, right? Minato stated this. It doesn't disintegrate everything it makes contact with because you can literally see fragmentation. So they don't just automatically destroy it. Can you give me the chapter where it says it disintegrates everything they make contact with? What part got disintegrated? Why didn't it... So there's no comment at all about Sakura being disintegrated? The momentum of the TSO. Quite the opposite. You could argue that the TSO actually blocked their momentum. The Susanoo arrows were shot first. You could argue that the TSOs blocked their momentum. Why I said best case for Naruto, Luffy not taking him seriously. I mean... Yeah. So there's no reason that Luffy, who is natural rubber, by the way, can grab a TSO. I mean, listen, all I'm saying is, if TSO don't... Listen, if we're gonna go with this bullshit argument that apparently now the TSO, like, aren't... Apparently now either the TSO aren't existence erasure because, oh, they didn't disintegrate Sasuke when he touched them and they didn't disintegrate Sakura. I mean, I'm fine with that. That just means now Luffy literally just grabs the TSO and just sits him around like a fucking bat. I'm cool with that. Listen, I'm chilling with that personally. I don't give a fuck. It's either existence erasure or it's not, right? Now, I'm willing to believe, I believe, that the TSO can either be turned on or off in terms of their disintegration property. They have the same effect as particle style, right? But they can also be physically touched if you don't activate that application. That is what I'm arguing. It's not. It never once erased anything in existence. I know that, but hey, people like to argue it. I'm just going off of people's bullshit arguments. The anime adaptation was so much better. I believe that Luffy's awakening can rob TSO of their effects, so Luffy can, like, Fushigi them. That'd be funny. Yeah, but if they nullified the arrows, wouldn't they just disintegrate the arrows without slowing them down? I don't know, man. This isn't the first time. Listen, dude, this isn't the first time that Kishimoto hasn't been exactly consistent with the shit that he's written, alright? What am I supposed to tell you? It was an explosion. The Susanoo arrows no longer fucking exist, but Naruto still got the TSO. Just look at it that way. I don't know what to tell you. It's like if you're gonna nitpick and say, well, like, but they exploded, right? Like, oh, this was an explosion that happened because the TSO made some level of contact, right? So, yeah, why didn't they just instantly disintegrate the Susanoo arrow? I don't know. Maybe because they don't automatically disintegrate the things that they touch. Maybe because they don't automatically just nullify things on the simple basis of touching them. I mean, they make contact, it explodes, Sasuke's Susanoo arrows are gone, but Naruto still has his TSO up there. So, I don't know, man. Maybe, again, Kishimoto's just not the best at visually portraying them. All the creatures of this world, presence, fighting spirits, what if okay, is it literally nature energy? Olens, let me ask you a question because I'm dealing with people on two separate ends of the spectrum. I got Olens here telling me that Haki is the same thing as nature energy. Olens, you do not absorb Haki from the environment. I don't even know how the fuck you reach that conclusion. Do I agree that Haki is very similar to nature energy in the amps that it gives you? Yes. Is it the same thing? No, I don't agree with you. Nobody. Stage, don't let the rods touch you. Okay, chapter 667. Thank you for the chapter. And then I got this other dude on the other hand. Let me see. 667. Then I got another dude on the other hand telling me that now apparently Sasuke can just step on them because his shoes have 6 Pats energy. Great, fantastic. When the fuck do they say it? Okay, let's see. 667. This has nothing to do with any of these guys. Perfect timing. Kakashi, Guy, blah, 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 blah. Was Zengon earlier. Senjutsu only works against some physical blows. Teleport away, which means Hokage. Perfectly correct Senjutsu. Under enemy takes a long energy. I can't maintain it for long. I use in real contact. Plus, I can't weave signs at all right now, so I don't think I can fight effectively. Yeah. Don't let the black rods touch you. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. What does this prove? What does this prove? Because Madara can just have the application active. He can just have the destruction application active. He can quite literally just have the destruction application active whenever they're going to make contact. That's why we shouldn't let them touch him. Which is funny enough, that's the same chapter. It's consistent that Sasuke can just hurt 6 Pats users, yeah? 6 Pats chakra is 6 Pats chakra, so it wouldn't make sense if he can do it. He can do what? People only say existence because of the soul's arms aren't shown in the rest of the body. Haki is never once stated or shown to be nature energy. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't know how TSO works. Yeah, he's also guessing how they work. They also know that they shouldn't touch them. So what's the point?
Transfer jutsu or the shadow paralysis.
Okay.
Combatants like the Akimichi level fruit users. They also have combatants. They also have...
Could be, if not nature energy. Does it make animal? No, it doesn't mean that they have nature energy, Lens. I don't verse equalize.
They also have... They also have...
Okay, there we go. That's where I need to stop it. Right here. Go to chapter 669. Yeah, sure. 669. Right here. Okay, first step. Sekizo, stop midway through. Sekizo's continuous attacks, getting hit by those, bombard with air blows, Guy's demonstration, rarely fight, release, power is only temporary afterwards, kicking off the air. We must assist Guy, those black doors are troublesome. They're not the activating from nothing type, but an always on standby type that change on the form. Their impact points don't disappear, but there is clear sensation if they don't make contact with you. He can send them only about 70 meters before he loses control of them, so since they physically exist, they can't be traced. Calmly should work on them by sending them away. You can prevent them from controlling them. To be frank, I'm starting to lose. I can't... you mean targets and... So where here does it say are troublesome? They are not the activating from nothing type, but an always on standby type go. That undergo change in form. Okay? Their impact points disappear, but there is a clear sensation if they make contact. Okay. Okay. So, what is this? So, what does this imply? Their impact points disappear, but there is clear sensation if they make contact with you. Their impact points disappear. What does that mean? So you're telling me to interpret their impact points disappear as everything that touches, they just instantly destroyed? I don't believe that. Yeah. What does it mean? Because you could also interpret that as, let me see, where the fuck does Obito use the TSO? Where is Obito absorbs the 10 tails, 10 tails, 10 tails, 10 tails. Anything they touch disappears. I'm not interpreting it that way, though. I think what he means is when Obito creates, for example, like when Obito creates these, I think he's talking about like these being impact points, right here. These being used as impact points. Yeah. Like their impact points disappear and then they revert back to normal. See? Right here. Their impact points disappear and then they go back to normal. Let me see it again. Oh, not that. But there is a clear sensation if they make contact with you. Disappear, but there is a clear sensation if they make contact with you. I imagine he means the location that they touch. I imagine he means like the location that they specifically touch is affected, but you can still feel the damage. It probably means. Yep. 642. Yeah, right here. Takes out his arm, places it there. Tobirama grabs it. Still has his arm too. Yeah, Tobirama literally grabs it. Yeah. Yeah. Right there. And was his arm destroyed? Was his arm destroyed? But was his arm destroyed? Yep. Really wanted to flex his linguistic skills. This just makes me believe more and more that the TSO either have an ability to turn on and turn off their destructive capacity, or only EE when Yin Yang release is applied. Otherwise, the best is a dust release-like effect. What does EE mean? Energy erasure when... Okay, so now we're saying that they only erase everything when... Okay, so now they only erase everything when yin and yang release? It's so weird, though. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Do you shop at Heb? What's Heb? What's Heb? Is someone confused about the TSO? Teneri turned someone to a cage for Hinata. It's politically clear the controller has complete control over what they do. That's what I'm saying! The TSO can be selected to actively either destroy whatever it is that they're touching, or they are not. It's not that complicated. Either you touch, and it erases you, or you touch, and you're fondling these black massives of balls. Jesus Christ. Dude, it's not that complicated to understand, man. The TSO can simply be activated to either destroy everything that they're touching or not. That's it. It's not that complicated. If you try to go with... The problem that I feel like a lot of people have is that they always try to go into these absolutes. They have this thing where it's like, I have to be right. It has to be these absolutes. There's no room for fucking anything. That's why I've been saying for a long time. TSO don't actively just destroy everything that they touch. If I pad a TSO right now and I put it on my desk, it's just gonna roll around like a fucking ball unless I set up the application for it to destroy everything. And other than that, it's gonna pull a hole through my desk. Think of it like one of those like 1,000 degree knives or whatever, where if you put a knife on a sponge, it's not going to slice through the sponge, but if you make a 1,000 degree knife on the sponge, it's just going to start clicking through it in an instant without the sponge even being able to retaliate. That's basically a TSO. You can just turn on the 1,000 degrees in an instant.
They also have combatants like the Akimichi clan that can turn themselves into giants, rivaling the tailed beasts in size, and through techniques like jutsu or the shadow paralysis jutsu, they can probably take down anyone who is caught off guard by it. They can also obscure the opponent's line of sight with large air currents and...
Okay. So now that that bullshit is over with, I am going to just go into this. Honestly, with all the Otsutsukis we saw in Boruto, it would have been cool to see more complex applications of them, like in the last, maybe more complex constructs like TSO clones. That would have been interesting, but hey, I guess they didn't want to have characters within the context of the verse all have TSOs or whatever. Now that we can reach the same conclusion, how is Luffy getting past the TSO without nature energy 6-pats? Because he can physically blast right through them with a hockey punch. He doesn't make contact. Luffy doesn't make contact. He can simply blast right through it with physical force. If physical force can break them, I have no reason to believe he can't just smash it. I don't know why you expected me to change my answer. I'm going to tell you the same thing every time. Luffy is going to smash right through a TSO barrier every single time, 10 times out of 10, with raw physical force. Zero immunities and just brute force through it. This isn't an issue. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying. Either Naruto creates a TSO barrier around himself and then doesn't attack Luffy. Like, what, okay, Naruto creates a TSO barrier around himself. What then? What then? Let's just say Luffy couldn't punch him through it. What then? Luffy just waits. Naruto is actively applying chakra to keep up a barrier around himself that he can't hit Luffy with because they're too slow. Physical force alone has never broken them. 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 So I guess Guy doesn't have physical force. I guess Guy just doesn't use physical force. I guess Guy just never used... guys, did you guys know that this is actually ninjutsu on Guy's end? This is ninjutsu. As a matter of fact, no, this is genjutsu. Did you guys know that only genjutsu affects TSO? Yeah, you have to put the TSO in a special kind of genjutsu so that it believes that it's being broken by physical force. Yeah. I guess physical force... I guess it wasn't physical force. I guess Guy this whole time has been a genjutsu specialist then. You know what I mean? Damn. Did not know that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess Guy I guess Mike Guy this entire time has been a fucking fraud. He's never been a taijutsu specialist. He's only using Madara's body, the embodiment of nature energy. Yeah. It's still physical force what punched him through it, though. Was it yes or no physical force that literally sent Madara flying through that barrier? Was it physical force that sent Madara flying through that barrier? Yes or no? Guys, let me ask this question to everybody. Did Guy use physical force? Did Guy use physical force to smash Madara through his TSO barrier? There you go. You keep saying that, but I don't really care. Was it physical force? I feel like you have to be super disingenuous to sit here and make some bullshit argument like, dude, oh no, a guy didn't actually force Madara through it. No, his body touched the TSO barrier, and it was because of that the barrier broke. It wasn't because Guy punched him right through it. Madara could walk through a TSO barrier. Madara can walk through a TSO barrier if he wanted to, because it breaks like paper if you just have a nature energy-like body. I guess Madara just breaks right through it from just having a nature energy-like body. It doesn't matter how much force you put in. Physical force means nothing then. Physical force means absolutely nothing then. I guess. Wow. Man, Guy is super impressive. Kakashi had to open up the hole for Guy so Guy didn't touch the barrier. The barrier would destroy Guy's fist. I feel like the people that are arguing this bullshit don't seem to understand that Guy cannot physically touch the barrier if the destruction application is active. If Guy touches the barrier and his hand disappears, it is a waste of effort. My question is, why then wouldn't Guy's punch just go right through the fucking barrier if the application wasn't active? It's not. No, the research is not done. I'm making a completely separate video. This is a completely separate video, dude. I don't want you guys to get your I really wish you guys would. Not wish. That's not the right word. I really wish, if anything, well, I guess wish would be the right term, but I guess wish in this case would be better used as, I really wish that I had put a better exclamation on the context of the video. Because I feel like I feel like I did not, I guess I haven't made it clear enough. But to be fair, that point, that's just on me. That's just on me. I didn't make it clear. No, you're fine. That's on me. That's completely on me. I didn't make the stream specific enough to imply it. People, you're not the first person to think that. That's not on you either. That's 100% not on you. That's entirely on me. I should have probably have made some... I should have 100% have made some kind of like a better title description for the stream. That's on me. Don't worry about it. Literally can't blame anybody for thinking that. Alright.
Counter Devil Fruit users. They also have combatants like the Akimi, and through techniques like the Mind Transfer Jutsu or the
Okay, now I need the Mind Transfer bullshit. I don't need you. 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 Here's why I'm going to disregard what you're saying, nobody. Here's why I don't care about what you say. Because if Madara's body is necessary to break TSO, then that just means that the TSO can be shattered by anyone who has nature energy lined body. Which means if my body is covered in nature energy, it doesn't matter how many TSO it takes to make a barrier. I can just walk through it like a piece of paper, like Yujiro Hanma walking through that fucking that glass barrier to keep pickling. That is why I don't agree with you. Now, it's either Guy punches Madara through it through physical force, or Madara's body it naturally just destroys TSOs without it mattering. It's either one or the other. I don't believe it's both. I do not believe it's both. Solos is both Naruto and Bleach? Yeah. Yeah. Um, didn't Minato pop Sage Mode and take multiple TSOs to the back? Why didn't they shatter? I don't know, man. Well, that wasn't Sage Mode right there. That was base Minato, to be fair. That was base Minato, and he also did lose his coat. What was I looking for? Shadow paralysis? I need the part of the war where they do the shadow paralysis thing. No, I need the part in the war. It has to be like 30-something, 20-something. This world is gonna end. Yeah. Ten Tails is crazy. Yeah. Shinobi Alliance shows up. Despair. Okay. The TSO always erase somebody's body. No, they don't always erase people's bodies. It was a base attribute of the jutsu they couldn't touch under any circumstance. The character did touch it, it would die. That's not remotely true. I left the stream before hearing your response. How much of a disingenuous video? I have 50 cents and a couple of lime popsicles. If you had strawberry popsicles, I might be willing to do it. But shit, bro. Lime popsicles, I'm not a fan of lime. Guy versus Garp, just in a boxing ring, human stats, who got it? At that point, it's just who do you think is a better boxer? That's what I don't like limiting the characters to human stats or whatever, because it just limits the characters. At that point, they're just two dudes. At that point, you're comparing. How tall is Guy? How tall is Guy? Let me just look it up. Might Guy. I need to look up Guy now. Let me just look this up real quick. Might Guy is 76 kilograms and 184 centimeters tall. Garp. Monkey D. Garp. In a boxing match, right? How tall is Garp? He's 9'5". Yeah, I'm putting my money on Garp. I'm putting my money on the guy who is 9'5". Yeah. Goku no Hero, I'm gonna be honest with you. A guy that's like 6 feet tall versus a guy that's like 9'5"? Yeah, I put my money on the 9'5" guy. Yeah, I put my money 10 times out of 10 on a 9'5" guy in a human stat boxing match. Kyakere or some cannoli. I'm not a fan of kyakere or cannolis, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really do like desserts. Most of the times when I like desserts, I like a bit of tang to them. I don't like pure sweetness. Tell you what, get me some good tiramisu, and I might be able to do it. Some tiramisu, and I might be able to do it. Shadow possession jutsu. Okay, so we need this. Okay, we need this, and we need this. Is there an extra page? If we did no chakra Guy versus no Haki Garp turns them into pudding. They're already outside of my budget. Fuck, man. I guess, dude, I don't know what to tell you then. Listen, I'm willing to do it for at least a tiramisu. If you can't get me a tiramisu, I'm gonna be real with you. You're gonna have to sit there and wait until I finish every other series before I think up of doing something for Fairy Tail. I need some prime tiramisu, and I'm not talking about the cheap stuff. I'm talking about some real Italian. I'm saying they don't delete people on touch. I don't know, dude. I've had a lot of people argue this shit with me today. I don't know, man. I'm just tired. Sorry if I'm misinterpreting or misreading anything I say. Cannot walk through a TSO. His body is a TSO weakness. Yes, that means, so if his body is a TSO weakness, that means he could just walk through them. Yeah, they're just paper towels to them. Yeah, it does, because if you're saying that Might Guy's punch has nothing to do with it, Listen, either Might Guy's punch has nothing to do with it, or Madara's body walks through it like paper towels. Because I'm not going to sit here and entertain the idea that Might Guy's punch, which is way weaker than Luffy's, didn't shatter through that TSO barrier, and it was all thanks to Madara's body touching that shit. Madara's body touching that shit, the only thing I will agree with it is the fact that Guy can't physically touch them, so he has to smash Madara right through it. That's the only thing I'm willing to agree with. Anything else? No. No, there's no other interpretation I have to follow. Unless you have an objective piece of evidence to even remotely portray it, and I have no other room for interpretation, I do not agree with your interpretation. I will view it in my own interpretation. I will view it as my own interpretation because you have no objective piece of evidence that I have to adhere by. Unless you have an objective piece of evidence, I have no reason to even remotely entertain that line of logic. I have no objective piece of reasoning nor interpretation as to why I have to do it. So you can keep arguing to the high heavens. That does not matter to me in the slightest bit. It's that simple. Since when did the height and weight class even matter? It doesn't matter. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Aizawa. Let me ask you a simple question. If a human being, a normal human being, a guy who is 6 feet tall, were to fight against the guy who is 9'5", again, another normal human being, both of them do not have powers. The guy who is 9'5" is likely to curb stomp into the ground the guy who is 6'5". I want you to think about this just for a second. If a person who is 5 feet tall were to fight a person who is 2 feet tall, who the fuck would win that fight? Because the question that was asked before specifically said, let me look it up real quick. Where is it? Where is Goku no Hero? Guy versus Garp, just in a boxing ring, human stats only. Yeah, I'm gonna put my money on the guy who is 3 feet taller than the other guy. To go through it because he's not immune to disintegration. Haki can resist molecular disintegration that the TSO have. That's what I'm saying! They don't even need to make physical contact. Not a rhetorical question. I generally don't know because I lack One Piece knowledge. No, but you can literally physically hit things with Haki without making contact. Luffy makes it a point multiple times. Luffy makes it a point 100 by I will have to find a page. Yeah. Luffy makes it a point during Wano. He does not need to make physical contact. The reason why Guy smashed Madara through that TSO orb was because Madara's body can touch the TSO, but Guy's body is literally what is forcing it through. Luffy punches harder than Guy. Luffy quite literally punches with more force quantifiably than Might Guy. So if Luffy goes out of his way to punch Naruto's TSO barrier with a armament Haki infused punch like this, he is smashing through that TSO barrier like if it were nothing. He is smashing it like paper. Yeah. Could be destroyed. Nope. Haki itself cannot be destroyed on a molecular level. There is no example of it within the entire context of the series. I have no reason to believe that it can. Yeah. No, I hear you, Cameron. I hear you, Cameron. I hear you, Cameron. The thing is, I'm trying to just explain my perspective here, and I'm trying to make it as blatantly obvious where I'm coming from with this, and also why I have to believe it. Now, I get where you're coming from. Is there any example of Haki innately being erased? No. It only broke Madara made contact, which again, his body is a TSO weakness. Yeah, and Naruto, yes, and Luffy doesn't need to make contact. Guy needed to smash Madara through the TSO barrier to break it, because he cannot make physical contact with it. Luffy does not need to make physical contact. Nobody. You are arguing in a circle because I keep going back to the same point. It does not change anything because the TSO get slaughtered by Luffy's punches. He smashes them every single time. And yes, Aster, I did not answer your question. If Naruto wasn't there, Madara probably does solo the Alliance. I can't think of anybody that actually kind of stops him. The 8 Tails shouldn't be powerful enough if he was subjugated to 9 Tails. Yeah, everybody would be fucked without Naruto or the other 4 Kage. Without the 4 Hokage, Naruto, and, sorry, the Alliance is fucked without Naruto specifically. Yeah, as a matter of fact, you take Naruto out of the Shinobi War specifically, they lose. He literally turned the tide of the Shinobi War heavily in their favor. Doesn't Garp outweigh by like over 100 pounds? I mean, 3 feet's worth of muscle, tissue, and bone? I would say, yeah. Garp would probably weigh over 100 pounds more than Guy. Yeah, I'd probably weigh so. Also, Guy does not weigh that much. The dude weighs 76 kilograms. For those of you that may not know... he weighs 167, he only weighs 167 pounds. Yeah, he would, at one point, couldn't even break through a stone wall, and Luffy was using Gear 4 in the Wano prison. When is he using Gear 4 in the Wano prison? I find it funny that your name is Roronoa, and yet you're arguing that hard for Naruto. When the fuck does Luffy do that? Oh wait, I don't have the chapters for that yet. Well, I'll go through that whenever I can. What is it? Like, what, 950 something? What is it, like 952? When does Luffy use internal destruction? When does Luffy use Gear 4? Ryo training. I know. I'm looking for the chapters. When does Luffy use Gear 4 in prison? Because prior to this, I'm gonna be so real with you. Yeah, no. Prior to this, Luffy did not have a Devil Fruit abilities active. I've always been free. Yeah. When does Luffy use Gear 4? When does Luffy not shatter them? You mean this? Right here? He's pounding that steel like it's gelatin. Your comment doesn't make sense, yeah. Yeah, so, when does Luffy use Gear 4 in the Wano prison? When does he use it? Because I just clicked through all of its chapters and I didn't see him use it once. Gear 4 is anime exclusive? Well, I guess I don't have to give a shit. If it's anime exclusive, I guess I don't have to give a shit right now. I'm not looking that up. Give me an episode then. Give me the episode and I'll find it.
Anyone who is caught off guard by it. Probably take down anyone who is caught off guard by it. They can also obscure the...
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Luffy smashing through the TSO. Coordinated attack that they did against the Ten Tails. If he hasn't the perfect Susanoo already out, assuming the 5 Kage are also they're fresh. Can he also take the coordinated attack that they did against the Ten Tails if he hasn't had the perfect Susanoo already out? Probably not. A coordinated attack between that many shinobi might completely overdo it. It's just called Luffy Ryuo training on YouTube. Oh god. Alright. Luffy Ryuo training. Oh, these. Yeah, they're also saying that Luffy's punches literally don't amount to anything as they were before. What about it? Yeah, he shattered steel. What about it? Yeah, he shattered steel. What about it? One Piece characters, would you rather scale Fairy Tail or Bleach? At this point, I might want to do Fairy Tail. Bleach has, like, nothing that I can go off of. Are TSOs affected by gravity? Let's check out. I've got an old Disney Channel song stuck in the back of my head right now. When the fuck do they go into the gravity dimension? When does Obito get wiped out? Right here, right? No, this was the base dimension. It does not seem like it. Oh wait, yes, they are. The TSO are affected by gravity. Yeah, they are. Right here. Took more than one hit for the wall? Yeah, and? You want me to show you something really funny as well? Here you go. Luffy, Gear 4, One Piece. Yeah. Alabasta. Where the fuck is it? I hate having to look for this. Dude, I hate having to look for this shit. How many chapters off is it from this fucking point? Look at that, people bringing up... Yeah, right here. When enormous power is directed at a single point, it doesn't cause extra damage. There we go. Let me look at another one. Dressrosa. Where is the Don Chinjao statement? It was like 219, 719, 719, 772, something like that. Right here. When monumental force, cracking it requires monumental force directed at a single point. Luffy can manipulate his AoE like other One Piece characters. There are multiple examples where it's stated that One Piece characters can manipulate the AoE of their damage. There you go. But don't you take that with a grain of salt? It seems... No, it's not. What makes it inconsistent? What makes it inconsistent? The fact that it's stated twice at two massively separate points of the series that the characters have the capacity to manipulate their area of effect. And then you're saying right here, oh, it doesn't make sense then because Luffy... Isn't it kind of inconsistent that Luffy's not smashing this place wide open? Yeah, no. It's called AoE. You see how there's no extra damage outside of these circles that Luffy causes? You see how there's no extra damage and then when Luffy decides to, he just shatters it? Yeah. Even if he didn't break it in one hit, it would just be an outlier considering previous feats even earlier in One Piece. Yep, but that's the thing. You have to constantly show people that in One Piece, that's anime only, Yo, I came so close to calling you an MF. A mother effort, just because now you're saying it's anime only. You first told me to look up. It's called Rio Training on YouTube, and now you're saying that it's anime only? Alright, dude. Give me one more disingenuous argument. I'm timing you out for 24 hours. I don't care, dude. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't come in here telling me to look something up, especially for the anime only shit, then say, isn't it inconsistent, and then say, oh, it's anime only. Don't do that, man. Don't be disingenuous. The Luffy destroying that Ryuo thing. Luffy destroying that plate of steel, it's anime only. It doesn't pop up in the manga. In the manga, he's just fighting what's-his-face. He's just hitting it in base form. Don't do that again, dude. I'm not playing around.
They can also obscure the opponent's line of sight with large air currents and jutsu. They can probably take down anyone who is caught off guard by it. They can also obscure the opponent's line of sight.
Yeah, dude, I'm not doing that. If motherfuckers are gonna start bringing that shit up, he's gonna start doing random ass fucking takes or whatever about, oh man, but that's anime only, it shouldn't count now. Like, yeah, no. I'm going to just start timing people out. I don't need to engage or entertain people that are gonna be just straight up disingenuous, dude. And you, Goku no Hero, please. I'm gonna have to put you on timeout because please don't call him an idiot. Please don't call him an idiot. Please don't. Yo. How far does Chad get into One Piece? Chad doesn't get past East Blue. Chad doesn't make it past East Blue. Dude. I'm not even gonna blame it on, like, me feeling bad or feeling sick. It's just, like, I'm just not in the mood to, like, deal with people bringing up some random shit that then all of a sudden they want to go and say the exact opposite because, oh, man, it benefits them to, like, now move the goalpost. I'm not doing that. As soon as people start moving the goalpost with me, the conversation's over. I'm just muting people. There's no point in having a conversation if people aren't willing to at least have something, like, a decent back and forth, and an even less so Jutsu will not just destroy the enemy bishop, but completely thwart their senses. Okay, so I just need this one here.
They can also obscure the opponent's line of sight with
It's
large
titled
air
Law
currents,
vs.
and
Naruto.
they're filled up to the brim with sealing capabilities that can immobilize the target and completely put them down. Large air currents, and they're filled. They can also obscure the opponent's, and through techniques like the mind trance, they also have, and they're filled up to the brim with
Sealing jutsu and techniques. Okay, so now I need to start from the early portions of the war where they're talking about the sealing units. Yeah. I need the sealing portion of these things. Eon is the goalpost? That's crazy. Known Test, what's up, man? I'm working on Law versus the Naruto verse, the entire Naruto verse. I need sealing jutsu. I need sealing jutsu. Anybody know? My YouTube fucking hates me, I guess. Hey, what's up, Jake? It's been a minute, dude. What's up? It has been a caliente minuto, as the white people would say. A caliente minuto. Caliente minuto. Okay, when does Madara get 6 Pat's powers? Revived, Shinobi Alliance. I'm gonna use this one. This one. Practically solos the verse. Kaguya's the only problem. I agree, but I still think Kaguya loses unless you shove a controller up her ass. Chad versus the Tadpole Naruto Summon in Part 1. Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. That Tadpole has some of the best feats in all of Naruto. You see the way that Tadpole was moving, that not even like Naruto or Jiraiya could like catch it? They were like flailing around trying to capture it. And mind you, Jiraiya's a Sannin, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't think Chad's even remotely as powerful as a Sannin to begin with. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying, guy. Yeah. Show I'm saying, guys. Alright, 516. Yeah, let's just go to 516. Okay, we'll go to 516. Oh, this is 100 chapters back. Yo, Kishimoto really sat down for a fucking year writing this crap. 100 chapters, dude. That's 100 weeks, guys. True. Just try it. What's he gonna do now? Yo. What's this dude gonna do now, bruh? What is this dude gonna do? What is he gonna do? Draw faster? Draw harder? By Tsukuyomi? Nope. No genjutsu works on a character outside of the Naruto verse because they do not have ninjutsu or they do not have chakra or a chakra network. If there is no chakra nor a chakra network, I have no reason to believe that any character could even remotely win. Where are they? People on. That's what I'm saying. It takes a lot for me to lose my temper too, but I'm at my boiling point. I am Kakashi, the Mirror Ninja. I've copied 1,000 jutsu. Watch me live up to my name. Remember when yeah, exactly, like domain expansions. I don't believe that domain expansions were outside of the JJK verse. Yo, remember when Kakashi was gonna say he was gonna use 1,000 jutsu, and then he literally did not bring out a single new jutsu? What is the worst arc in Naruto? Part of me even wants to say the war arc. I kind of hate the war arc, dude. And not because of like the power scaling of it, just because like there's just so much shit here that I feel like could have been so much better. But worst arc in Naruto, I guess like the first few arcs of Shippuden are pretty ass. I guess the first like, yeah, I guess the first like 1,000 arcs are pretty, sorry, the first like 2 arcs of Shippuden are like ass. Naruto coming back, like the Kazekage retrieval arc, The Kazekage retrieval arc and the what the fuck was this one called? The next one, they were kind of ass. I remember a friend of mine like just stopped watching Naruto specifically because just the first arc was so fucking abysmally fucking boring, dude. He counts every jutsu he knows, later alone memorizes, remembers it. I don't know, man. He says, I'm gonna live up to that name. Bro, what name are you living up to? What name are you living up to, my boy? Come on now, Kakashi. You can't just sit here and say, oh yeah, ha 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 ha. First company, third company, fourth company, fifth company, second company, blah, 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 blah. Special battle unit. Where I need a part of the series where these assholes are going to use a sealing jutsu. I need a, yo, anybody know a manga chapter where I can find some, like, sealing jutsu? Fuck it, I'm about to just use this image of Sai. I'm about to just use this fuck-ass image of Sai right here. Fuck it, right? Why not? Why not? I'll throw this one in. Who cares? It's a sealing jutsu, right? These big men that he drew. These big men that Sai loves to draw, I guess, I suppose. Damn. That's a funny ass way of mentioning it. Yeah, Sai drew men to defeat other men. That's funny. And the work, yeah. Yeah, I just need some sealing jutsu, like a chapter or a page that has like some cool sealing jutsu. Has shown the most jutsu in the series. Let me count that real quick. Let me double check that to see if you're right. Kakashi hot take. Alright. Kakashi has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. Okay, 46. How many did Madara have? Let's see how many Madara has. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Madara's shown more jutsu than Kakashi. Just to be clear. Yeah. In chapter 503, I need something from like the war arc. I need something specifically for like the war arc characters, dude. Not Naruto specifically. Naruto has like one sealing jutsu in his entire arsenal, I think. $547. Thank you. Let me see if I've already got it. That way I don't have to like go back and forth. 540. I do not have anything in 547. Holy shit. I guess because Naruto didn't show up at all, right? $589. Let's try $589 instead. Wait, $589, huh? You're really quick at this. Test. Shit. What do you think of Raza? I think Raza's a terrible fucking person for what he did to his son. I think that him getting closure was more than he deserved. Asshole. Look at, you saw the shit that Gaara did because of his father? That shit was crazy. I think I'll just stick with these. I might actually. You know what? That 589 isn't too bad. I think I have that already. 589. No, I do not. 580. Fuck it. Nope. No, we switched to that. I mean, as a character, yeah, he's a terrible fucking person. I know exactly what you're referencing. I don't like Raza. Raza's a piece of shit. Look at what he did to my boy Gara. Turned him into a whole fucking living weapon. And then died! Fucking fraud? Fake ass, fraud ass motherfucker. Raza's a piece of shit, dude. I don't care what anyone says. Actual terrible... actual top 5 worst Naruto parents of all time. Throw Hagoromo up in there. He gave all of his powers. I'm a little behind. I'm going to refresh. Some kind of a stutter. I wouldn't be surprised Naruto Sealing Jutsu is just a Rasengan variant. It is. 631. 631. I think it's fine. I appreciate it. I think it's fine. I'll just leave it at that. Appreciate it known.
Clear the opponent's line of sight with large capabilities that can immobilize the target and completely put them down. The sheer scale of Shinobi
Is Greenbull taking on and raiding the whole Kage meeting? Oh, he's curb stomping them. It's not even close.
Put them down. The sheer scale of Shinobi and their capacity to synchronize techniques through near perfect teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction would struggle against. It's then funny to me to consider that all of this is absolutely...
Okay, then we'll copy, paste, copy. Yeah, Ryokugyu is sucking them dry.
The sheer scale of Shinobi and their capacity to synchronize techniques through near perfect teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction would struggle against. Teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction would struggle against. It's then funny to me to consider that all of this...
Okay. That's plot convenience. What are you guys talking about right now? Yeah, Greenbull's walking in there and he's literally curb stomping the entirety of the 5 Kage. Effects, invert. Okay, there we go.
It's then funny to me to...
With all due respect, they already have a lava user, so we got an elemental disadvantage. Blitz in one shot, dude. It's not even close. He blitzes them. They're not fast enough. Especially Mei of all people. What's her lava style gonna do? Do you know how big like Mei's lava style accumulations are? Greenbull can create an entire forest. I feel about the Ten Tails being multi-continental off of creating off of a storm. Off of the creation off of a storm. I mean, that's a creation feat, but I mean, I don't agree with it being multi-continental. It doesn't really have a feat other than that. It doesn't destroy multiple continents. It doesn't have a statement for it. I don't care if it created a storm. What does the storm really matter? Goku versus Yuhabaha. Goku outstats Yuhabaha and beats the fuck out of him. Goku quite literally blitzes him.
It's that...
Whoa, what the fuck? Why does it look like that?
Teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction has a devil fruit that just so happens to counter almost every absolutely meaningless because Trafalgar Law has...
Okay. You can handle Charlotte Smoothie. I can handle the fuck out of her. As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody here can handle her better than me. I think that Charlotte Smoothie, I ain't gonna lie. Shit, I'm gonna be... Yo, the things that I would do. Things that I would drink. The things that I would drink off of her. Let me stop. Alright. Weird jokes aside. Let's see. Oimo Kashi.
Law has a devil fruit that just so happens to counter almost everything in the Naruto-verse. You see, the Ope Ope no Mi in the Naruto-verse.
Okay.
You see, the Ope Ope no Mi is considered the ultimate
Yeah, she is. Shouldn't it be white? Because I made it black. Why do you have a problem with my background being black, Aster? Why do you have a problem with the background being black, huh? There's nothing wrong with the background being black. Why does it have to be white, huh? It was already white before. Why can't I also have it be black? Huh? Damn. I think we're seeing a side of you that we didn't know about before, huh? Interesting now, especially with that comment you made last time about that mage that used dark magic. I don't know if you care about anti-magic is consistently referred to as anti-energy in the data book, something that negates all energy. It references anti-magic in the manga, because that's what primarily negates. Isn't it white on the timeline? Yeah. So? What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. See, there's the difference between you and me, Aster. I don't see color, but you clearly seem to see color.
You see, the Ope Ope no Mi is considered the ultimate...
When the fuck is it called the ultimate devil fruit? When is it called the ultimate devil fruit? Now I gotta look this shit up again. Alright, when is his devil fruit called the ultimate devil fruit? Hockey. Weapon. Swordsmanship. Devil fruit. Ope Ope no Mi. The ultimate devil fruit. 761. 761. Let's see. Do I have that? Wano. I don't think I need to go back to Wano for now. Yeah, I'll keep it up just in case. Library. One Piece. 7671 is Dress Rosa. We've 761. What chapter do I have to go to? 671. 761. How about the time you said you wouldn't do it to Marquiona because she had blue skin? Yeah, but I also don't like Marquiona's look. I also don't like her face. I'm allowed to not like her face. Also, I made a mistake last year. I said 100-Year Quest is written by somebody else, but it's actually written by the same author of the original fairy tale manga. Yeah, I thought it'd be weird if it was written by somebody else. Eon's racist agenda? There's no racist agenda. It's Aster being racist. What the fuck? Alright. This goes into One Piece. One Piece. Dress Rosa. And then we save. So you see color. No, I just saw her face and I said I didn't like her. Obviously I see color. I'm not colorblind. I meant it in a hypothetical sense. Not for the personality super even greater. Do you know in the hand to fulfill mankind's longest and oldest dream? Many call it the ultimate reason. It's possible for Kakashi to overwhelm Law with all his jutsu stated pretty thousand. Pretty much Law couldn't keep up with that pressure. Lapse and amputate. No, you said you wouldn't want to do it with a girl with blue skin. Yeah, but that's not a race. That's not a race. She literally got updated and transformed. Her race isn't a people of blue skin. Her race is whatever the fuck the people of what's-his-face are. She simply has a blue skin, and I wouldn't do it with a woman with blue skin because that's artificial skin, and I don't like it to do it with artificial. I'm all natural here, baby! Yo. Lapse and amputate. Lapse in instant teleportation. Lapse in precognition. Labs in quite literal. You just expect Kakashi. Yes, I do. Because Law can literally put up a room faster than anybody in the Naruto-verse can react. Yeah. Law is too fast for the Naruto-verse. Yeah. Lapse and amputate. You realize that Kakashi... Let me ask you this. How do you expect Kakashi, right? How do you expect Kakashi to know to dodge a guy who's swinging his sword away from him, swinging his sword in his direction? So it's ableism and not racism. It's not ableism because those people, if anything, are more powerful than actual humans. If anything, they're ableists. I'm a regular human. There are people in the world of Lies of P that are regular humans. That chick was augmented with some weird-ass liquids and transformed into the blue-skinned bitch that she is. And she's also more powerful than the average human, which, if anything, is quite the opposite of ableism. Yeah, sure. Kakashi's just gonna know that he has to... Kakashi is just gonna know that he has to duck whenever Law puts up a room and literally swings his blade once. Yeah, Kakashi's totally gonna know that.
Peyope no Mi is considered the ultimate devil fruit within the context of One Piece. This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the...
At the speed Kakashi can react? Yeah. You don't have the chakra, even if you did have jutsu in the 3 digits. At the speed Kakashi can react? Yeah. Yeah. She is a human. The blue skin is just a side effect of of using puppets manually. Geppetto also had a blue hand. What's her name again? Marchiona? 1 second, because now I gotta... Okay, 1 second. Marchiona. When will people understand it doesn't matter Naruto character has or does when they are slow? Like, please just look at Fox, he was reacting to light. Yeah, Lies of P. Okay, wait. Is a puppeteer of death. Play simultaneously with the Queen's Archer puppet along with Marchiona, eliminating bosses, dropping Ergo, the Ergo you obtain from defeating... I need actual... Alright, I don't need that. I need Marchiona's actual lore. She is located in the Greenhouse. Backstory. Marchiona was once a master puppeteer and was revolutionary in her field. Growing up, she looked up to a woman named Camille, who she saw as her mother figure. After Camille passed away, she came up with the idea to put her Ergo into a maid puppet so that she could live on. The maid puppet later displayed signs of humanity by saving a baby from falling. Over the alchemists learned this. They interrogated Camille and tore her apart, jump-starting experiments to go into Ergo puppets and crack. Marchiona's experiments left her at odds with the legendary stalker Leah Minode. So she did experimentation on herself, see? So she experimented on herself. Ha ha! Ever heard of the phrase, speed means nothing when you don't have the damage to hurt them? Okay. Can you give me a feat that implies Law can't hurt Kakashi? Because that's not even what I'm arguing here. I just think Law shambles, slashes them up, and then literally turns them into tiny little pieces. Can you explain to me how Kakashi's durability is beyond continental in the first place? First, do this, Captain Burrow. Give me an objective feat, no interpretation, no, you have to read in between the lines. Give me an objective, irrefutable piece of evidence that implies Kakashi's durability is beyond continental. Give me that first, and then we can have a conversation. Then I'll remotely consider your statement.
This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of...
Lexosh is the only successfully modified human. I'm still not fucking her, alright? Goddamn! What the fuck? I'm not fucking her. Goddamn. I'm not fucking that bitch. I am not going to have sex with a blue-skinned bitch. It's not racist. It's not ableism. The bitch has blue skin because she experimented on herself with puppets and what have you. God damn. I'm too sick to be yelling. Fuck. Jesus Christ. What's Kakashi gonna do when Law takes out his heart? That's what I'm saying. Who gives a fuck? Law literally just looks at Kakashi and just rips out his heart. And mind you, I'm talking about Law soloing the entirety of the Shinobi Alliance. I've been telling you, Jake, Bleach is slow as fuck. I've been saying this, but nobody wants to ever believe me because everybody seems to believe that Bleach is fast because the characters just pop in, pop out, pop in, pop out.
This devil fruit is
I don't know what to do for this. Actually, I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. No, I have not finished the scaling for either series. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. I'm making a video completely separate.
especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death. It becomes one of the most dangerous devil fruits within.
Okay. Didn't I throw in like a random episode of One Piece in here? No, I didn't. I need episode 587. Yeah, we're just gonna... I can't believe you reject a girl just because of the side effects of her work. Yes! Yes! Would you have sex with Marie Curie? Would you have sex with Marie Curie just because she was out here having side effects, going bald and sick because she was dealing with fucking plutonium? Fuck no. No, you wouldn't. Don't try to hit me with some... Oh, god damn it. Don't try to hit me with some bullshit like, oh, Eon is out here being ableist. He wouldn't have sex with a girl who's affected by the side effects of her work. Yeah, I also wouldn't have sex with Marie Curie, my guy. Since I'm giving you my time with generosity, but Kakashi's durability was shown by which scales to the destruction of the Ten Tails. So you're telling me that Obito is as powerful as the Ten Tails. Okay, and what... Okay, so where is it stated, or where is it even remotely implied that Obito's punches with continental amounts of force? Because you're saying that now... You're giving me your time. First of all, your time means nothing to me. Nobody's time here means anything to me. I just started up a stream simply because... I needed it just to get through some work, and I figured, hey, why not? It might be cool to edit a stream with everybody around me, which, mind you, was just taking up some of my time. But anyway, don't sit here and say like you're doing me a favor. How about you give me an objective piece of evidence that implies that Kakashi has continental durability? Because Obito does not scale to the Ten Tails. Obito is not as physically powerful as the Ten Tails, so don't even give me that crap.
The seventh island of the story in base form versus a...
Okay. Yeah, right here.
Reasonable.
Alright, right here.
Reasonable art.
Bro can't say K. Bro, that's K. That's probably K. Bro, also, you going here to Smoothie. Her drip is more tragic than Marchione's experiments. But those legs! And the fact that she's like 13 feet tall. You're gonna sit here and tell me that you'd rather fuck some bitch that has blue skin over someone who is 13 feet tall, has massive fucking thighs, and can literally squeeze you and drip and remove all of the liquids from your body? Yeah, yeah. All I'm saying is you're not gooning hard enough. All I'm saying is you're gooning it. Your gooning surprises me. You're no real goon, Esther. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Can Yuhabaha put down Tot Musica? Can Yuhabaha attack from two separate dimensions at the same time? Have you seen Marchione's chair and ass? I don't need to see jack shit because I'm not fucking a blue bitch. Have you seen Smoothie's ass? Yeah. Dude, I have this, like, box of tissues that's completely filled up just from me blowing my nose today. God damn.
Of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death. Speed of light. Foxy the Pirate is the big bad.
Seriously, who is the character Eon won't bang? I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now. It's this bitch. Her name is Markiona. Her name is Markiona. She makes a giant pup. She has like a literally large puppet right here. Let me see if I can actually I can just do this. I can't look at it because my eyes is caught in her neon purple outfit. I haven't. She's too damn tall for me to get a good view. Yeah, right here. This is Markiona. No, I'm not smashing her. I'm not smashing anybody with blue skin, alright? Yeah, sure, it's coming from the nose, right? Fuck you. Don't tell me what I... Eon, I gave Eon Ligma. You did not give me Ligma. Seems pretty hot to me, but again, I'm not racist as Eon. I'm not racist! I'm there with you. We don't like blue people. Listen, how the fuck does that make me racist? You people will do anything to slander my good name. I swear. We don't like blue people. I never said I don't like blue people. I just said I wouldn't have sex with one. There's a fucking difference. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Law posted up like this is kind of hard. Law posted up like this is it's kind of hard, bruh. Yo, Law posted up like that is kind of hard. Damn. Yeah, you're right.
Becomes one of the most dangerous, aptly named the Surgeon of Death. It becomes one of the most dangerous devil fruits within the entire context of the story, and in all honesty, it's only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced.
The red barrier, Ten Tails fired his strongest attack at the barrier and held out. Obito touched the same barrier with his bare hand and shredded smaller Obito, by the way. Can you give me a chapter where that happens? She also talks in such a dommy-mommy way. Not good enough. Loki looks like a drug dealer. He does not look like a drug dealer, dude.
This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death, it becomes one of the most dangerous.
I'll keep this clip for later. I'm gonna keep this clip for later, but I am gonna probably need to use a different clip, one that specifically has Law lift up the ship. I need the scene where Law lifts up the battleship. Fuck it, I'm gonna need this as well.
During
If you zoom in on his face, he looks like a drug dealer. How the fuck do you know what a drug dealer looks like? I've never met a drug dealer in my life. How do you know what a drug dealer looks like? Are you a drug addict, Aster? Do you partake in the devil's lettuce? If you do, I don't judge. A lot of my friends also smoke weed. I don't personally judge. I don't personally care, honestly. 638. Thank you. Thank you for providing evidence. 638. Thank you for providing evidence. Thank you for backing up your claim. Sure. You're comparing this version of Obito and saying that Kakashi scales to this? Yeah, that's delusional. Alright. First it was Kakashi can take Law's attacks because he has crazy durability. Then Kakashi scales to Obito who's doing taijutsu with him, and then you show me an image of Law. You show me a chapter of of Obito in his Ten Tails form. First of all, that's not continental to begin with. Second of all, there's no statement there that implies that's continental. And 3, and most importantly, my friend, Captain Buro, more importantly, that version of Kakashi never scales to that version of fucking Law. Sorry, Obito. God damn it. Keep saying Law. Anyway. Yeah. That's crazy. That is absolutely hilarious, dude. That is absolutely funny. That's real funny. Oh, man. Don't you just love it when people try to make shit up? You guys just love when people make random shit up, man. It's my favorite pastime. I love making shit up with my friends. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then how much does that do? 19, so I can do 3 each. So I'll do 6 each. So 7 frames here. We'll do 21. Okay. Yeah. Why you said Kakashi can tank Law's attacks. What version of Kakashi scales to that version of Obito? I don't care. I know that he's confused. I know that he's confused. You and I are both aware that he's confused about what feat he's talking about. He's saying, but his prior claim was, it doesn't matter how fast you are if you can't hurt the person you're touching. I asked Buro, give me a feat that even remotely implies Kakashi has durability even beyond Continental. Then he says he fights alongside Obito in Taijutsu. And then my question is, how the fuck does Obito scale to Continental through that Taijutsu encounter? He says he scales to the Ten Tails, and then he brings up Obito destroying something as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The argument is terrible. What are you talking about? That argument is terrible. Absolutely. He's just completely conflating like 3 different things together. That's not how it works. I have no reason to agree to that. Yeah, would you rather scale Fairy Tail or Bleach? I'm not gonna lie, at least with Fairy Tail, I might have, at least with Fairy Tail, and I say this, and hear me out, listen to what I'm gonna tell you. Hear me out, Fairy Tail, unironically, probably has better, gooning material, so probably Fairy Tail.
And in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death, it becomes one of the most dangerous devil fruits within the entire context of the story, and in all honesty, it's only held back.
Okay, and I need one more. Mind you, I do believe this. Law's devil fruit is only held back by the simple fact that he does not have
hockey. We still stand.
Wait, let me move this. Law's devil fruit is literally held back by the fact that he doesn't have advanced conqueror's hockey. It's so fucking rough, dude. It's so rough that Law doesn't have advanced conquerors. If Law had advanced conquerors, bro, I would glaze the fuck out of him. That's Jubito. How does that scale to normal Obito, let alone his punches don't scale to the amount of chakra that they have? Okay, so that's that. This here, move these two together, group them, and then shrink it out. Ah, shit. There we go. That one. And that one. Perfect! Tell me if you're a Jinchuriki, what actually changes? Besides the design and maybe the power by a small margin, because the striking stats stay generally the same, so I don't know what you're talking about. My guy, Obito went from... Bro, my guy, Obito went from not having the capacity to take down Naruto, Kakashi, and Guy at the same time, and Killer Bee at the same time, to nearly soloing the entire alliance after absorbing the Ten Tails. He nearly soloed the entire alliance after taking on the after absorbing the Ten Tails. You're saying he only gets a marginal increase in power? So Naruto becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was only a minor increase in it was only a marginal increase. Naruto fighting against against the Shukaku was a marginal increase in power. Naruto beating Neji was a marginal increase in power. What's the next one? I don't know. Naruto. Oh, apparently, Naruto having to master the Nine Tails chakra. All the work that he went through for a marginal increase in power. All the work that Naruto had to go through. Yeah, no, that was all just marginal. That didn't really matter that much.
Only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have Advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken?
We still stand law though. But you know half of this is right? No, I don't think half of this is right. I think you don't actually have a decent argument, and I think that you don't actually have a good, well thought out, cohesive argument. I really don't. I don't think you actually know what you're arguing here. I really don't think you do. Kishimoto is consistent in a couple of things, but that has nothing to do with this right now. You're just not giving me anything that's even remotely usable. You're saying things that you think mean things, and then you're not giving me any reason to even remotely agree with you. Sorry, dude. I have no reason to agree with you on anything. I really don't have a reason. Does anybody know what episode Luffy uses Advanced Conquerors? Oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna... You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna start pulling things out. No, that's when Luffy dodges the... Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't need this one. Delete. What episode does Luffy master Advanced Conqueror's Haki? Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Yeah, I need the episode. I need the episode, not the chapter. I know the chapter, it's 1010. Yeah, the chapter's definitely 1010. Low-key, Fairy Tail is my Bleach. I wish I was a power scaling YouTuber so I could make a video about how Natsu goes extreme diff with Ace while he was in his mother's womb. You're a funny guy, Esther. You're a real funny guy. If you lose each type of Haki, Conqueror's Haki 518. No, I don't need that. Sorry, I didn't see your stream. I was busy working the punching room. You're fine, Drake. Does Luffy you learn? Learn. 1028. It's episode 1028. DS 28. Thank you. Thank you, Known. I really appreciate you. Appreciate you guys for always helping me out with this stuff. Yo, guys, can we just get a double use for the community as a whole? You guys always help me out with this crap. You guys always help me, like, find episodes and chapters that I need. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I really do appreciate you guys, especially those that, like, really go out of your ways to, like, help either look this stuff up or just know it off the top of your heads. I genuinely do... Not only do I appreciate it, I actually do respect that. I've learned myself through all of this that, like, it's not the easiest thing to, like, learn this shit on your own. To, like, just memorize this stuff. Yeah, we'll use this. Let's get some W's for Chad as a whole. Or should I say, you Chads. You Chads and, what's the female equivalent of Chad? It's like a female equivalent of, like, a Chad. A Stacy? Chads and Stacys? No, I don't like that. 1028. More for me though. Chads and Sarahs. Chads and Sarahs. What's the reason for Sarahs? Stacy's? I said Stacy too. That's funny. No wonder your honesty. Nope. That's I keep telling you guys, don't start insulting people. Don't start insulting people off of just random shit. If they're wrong, just say they're wrong and that's it, and just leave it at that. You don't have to push it anymore. You don't have to sit here and call people idiots. You don't have to sit here and say people are clueless or stupid or whatever. That's you don't do that. Not on my streams, guys. Come on. Okay. Let me move this out of the way real quick. Ah! Fuck it. I'll do it this way. 1028, 1028. Arasu demo, you demo, hani hatsume, turun tutun. Arasu demo, habashi, unazu nunuzara, turun turun. One Piece.
These guys...
Yeah. Yo, it smells hella good. We all glazed Jake. W Jake. Alright, I'm gonna need this. Yo, technically you guys can hear the entire episode here if I don't just delete the thing. You, me, everyone in this cloud, including Eon. I definitely don't glaze anybody. Only person I glaze is my King Sukuna. Don't expect any glaze from me for anybody else. It's fun to shit on 4Kids dub, but man, I love their intros. Yo, gotta go, gotta go. A friend of mine actually dated a friend, not a friend of mine. Well, yes, a friend of mine. His mom dated the guy who actually made the intro to those songs. That shit was cool as fuck. Where the fuck is the scene? Oh, right, it's right here. You don't really glaze Sukuna, and the better Sukuna glazer. No, you're not. You don't glaze. You don't gargle his balls every time you say his name. I told you. Until you start doing that every single time you order his name, Sukuna. There's no way I have any reason to even remotely agree that you're a bigger glazer than him than me. Outerversal fairy tale is based on the idea nothing can exist in space between time and space, and I was able to survive being there. The issue with the character who said that nothing can. I've argued you can beat Universal and Outerversal because of the world cutting slash. Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's power scaling glaze. I glaze the character. You just glaze the scaling. I don't care about glazing the fucking character. Sorry, I don't care about glazing the scaling. I want to stay true to my scaling. We'll start here. I don't need all of that. I just need this. I need this, I need this, and I need this. No, I do not, actually. I'll take your title. You can't. You can't take my title. I told you. You glaze the feats. I glaze the character. Besides, I obviously don't go into those higher tier scalings anyway. Oh wait, no. I need to go that, and then...
by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this...
Okay, let's group, and let's just do this. Nah.
The story, and in all honesty, it's only held back by the fact...
Okay. Crop here, 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 here. Here, 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 here. Okay, there we go.
entire context of the story, and in all honesty, it's only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken?
Oh wait, I know what I can throw. I know what I can do for that. I know right here. All right. Yeah, Luffy really uppercutted the shit out of Kaido. Is it hard to just get Kakashi's credit already? No. No, it's not hard, but why would I give him credit against an opponent that he has no chance against? Why would I give Kakashi credit against a character that he doesn't stand a chance against? This is one of those issues where you seem to have an issue with me not giving the character the glaze that you want me to give them, and I'm just not going to do that. I have no objective reason. No, this is a video. This is a completely separate video. This is Law Solos Naruto. I'm not working on any... I'm only going to work on videos that I can do off of the top of my head, but for now I have a bit of a time crunch as to when I put this video out. No, it's right here. What's up, Tizzy? You're glazing Law, getting carried in a 2v1. I'm glazing Law for getting carried in a 2v1, except Law really does solo the entirety of Naruto. They don't beat Room. No one in Naruto beats Room.
Devil fruit so law though, but what exactly makes this? Okay. Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly?
Okay. You haven't even said all of Kakashi's nicknames yet. Yeah. Okay. I see goated video idea. Thank you. Thank you.
Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this devil?
Maybe not that one. You already got your title set. Law unironically... Law might unironically solo all of Naruto. No, I don't have the thumbnail. By that argument, you're just implying you want Kakashi to just stand there and let Law hit him. No, I'm saying... Here's my argument.
Control everything and anything within it. And I do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like tact allow him to manipulate the objects by...
It's funny that Versus Battle Wiki thinks that Law does beat Kaguya. I mean, I don't have to go by what they say, but I also do believe that, yeah. I'm not going to use that one. I'm going to use this clip over here. Copy. Also, since you don't seem to comprehend where I'm coming from with anything that I say, I'll put it like this. Law is way too fast. There is no circumstance where the Shinobi Alliance, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Kaguya, Hagoromo, Hamura, there is no scenario, there is no piece of evidence that you could even remotely imply, Captain Burrow, to even make me believe that they would dodge Room or amputate under any facet of logic isn't a problem, because what's stopping Kakashi just from jumping out? What's stopping? What's stopping? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that Kakashi can cover this kind of an area? Do you think Kakashi can cover...
From the perspective that if you look at what his ability...
Do you genuinely believe from the bottom of your heart that Kakashi can cover this amount of space? A greater distance than this amount of space before Law simply swings his blade? Do you think Kakashi can cover the distance beyond a mountain? Do you think Kakashi can literally escape? Well, no, but that is the point. That is the point. You just said what's stopping Kakashi from jumping out before Law does anything. This is the point. You just agreed no. Stop giving me your bullshit, my guy. Stop giving me your bullshit and either concede to the point or stop moving the goalpost. Let me put it like this, Captain Burrow. Give me one more bullshit argument. I'm timing you out for 24 hours, dude. Because this is always the same thing with you people. This is always the same thing. It's always, oh, do you really think the character can't do this? And when I say yes, I don't think the character can perform that. Oh, but like that's not the point. Oh, you're totally taking that out of context. No, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm really not taking anything out of context. You're just trying to move the goalpost. Stop doing this shit, bro. When I'm sick, I especially don't have any time for this bullshit. I really don't have the energy for this bullshit. Racist Eon arc? Alright.
We still stand law, though. But what
Wait, let me see how this looks.
This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon.
Whoa. There was a gash right there. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna move this. Yeah. Okay. We're good.
Surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death, it becomes one of.
Like, what is this stopping him? Eon racist to Naruto fans? I'm not racist to Naruto fans. It's just a lot of people don't really have good arguments for the shit that they're trying to argue, and it's just exhausting to have to sit here and be like, you don't think? No, I don't. The answer's always going to be no. Oh, do you really think? Yes, I do, because I've read through these series way fucking more than the average fucking person, dude. Jumping that distance is definitely doable. Okay. Give me the feat where Kakashi jumps over a mountain. Give me the feat where Kakashi does that. When does Kakashi or any shinobi jump over a mountain? When you give me that feat, I'll believe it.
Aptly named the Surgeon.
Literally, this is happening to the Shinobi Alliance, by the way. This right here is happening to the Shinobi Alliance 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10. Every time they lose to this. Every time the Shinobi Alliance loses to this. Every single time.
Named the Surgeon of Death, it becomes one of the most dangerous devil fruits within the entire context of the story, and in all honesty, it's only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken? Law's devil fruit.
And he can reestablish it as he likes. Even his awaken essentially is inescapable, especially for a character faster than you. Yeah. Something funny about Fairy Tail scaling is that it feels like the author consistently goes out of his way to contradict every single statement in power dynamics. That's funny. No, you're wrong. And I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong, Aster. I'm gonna tell you why you're so fucking wrong. Because the power of friendship is the ultimate power dynamic in all of Fairy Tail.
We still stand law.
I'm going to do... It's my goat right here. It's my goat, Trafalgar Water D Law.
We still stand law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken?
Why is the Ape Ape no Mi broken? What is the Ape Ape no Mi? Okay. Doesn't do Eon blue people surgery. Alright, fuck you. Fuck you, Jeff. Alright. Fuck off. Jake, by that logic, would be physically stronger than Kakashi. Grabs your balls and twists them at a 90-degree angle, causing testicular torsion. Ooh, that just sounds terrible. What makes the... broken? You know what? Let me move this here, actually. Just join the stream. What the hell? Yeah, what up? Hey, yo, what up? What makes the op-up fruit broken? I'm just gonna change it to fruit. Yup. Kakashi loses. There, you happy? Oh, I'm not in a better mood. Because I realize only folks who agree with you like a hive man, anyone else has different opinion, they're bad. I never said you were a bad person. I never said you were an issue. I just said you do not know how to generate an argument. Let me put it like this. I'm pretty sure most people here could generate an argument as to why Kakashi stands a chance against Law better than you could. It's not about them being a hive mind. It's not about people agreeing with me. I don't really care if people agree with me. As a matter of fact, nobody here's telling me, oh yeah, Eon, you're so right. You're so right. Yeah, Law just curb stomps. No. Most people have not said that. Most people here, as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure most people here could probably develop an argument better than you. The issue here, Captain Burrow, is that you are bringing up random characters with random feats and then using that to give Kakashi. Some random ass scaling. Gosh, we're jumping in and out of a valley cannon chasing Deidara. Jumping in and out of a valley cannon. Let's see that. Let me just move out of here real quick. Not this one. Kazekage Rescue. Yes, how big is that valley? How big is that valley, Aster? Because unless you can tell me that that valley is hundreds of meters tall, I have no reason to agree with you. When the fuck are they traveling against that asshole? Naruto chasing. They're just jumping through. Yeah, they're jumping through. They're jumping through. Get this bitch out of my sight. Alright, get these bitches out of my sight. I don't need them. Let's just move on ahead. 75. Alright, right here. When does Naruto and Kakashi jump away from him? And can you tell me how the hell this is over... How is this even over 200 meters? Yeah, no, they're not clearing that. They are not clearing that. They are not clearing a fucking mountain in a single leap, dude. A couple of trees that are likely smaller than tailed beasts? Yeah, no. They were bouncing on logs. They weren't just bouncing on logs. Naruto literally blitzes Deidara from the side. Sorry, not Aster. Sorry, one smart. Yeah, my bad. Sometimes I forget. I get confused. Too many people. Your body would have to physically scale to it if ninjutsu utilization is taking up energy from you. Well, no, it's mostly taking up from your stamina. When they're talking about physical energy, they're not talking about the literal physical energy that your body makes through its muscles. They're talking about your physical stamina. Who the fuck is bare minimum Quality Continental? Is age catching up to Unk? No. What the fuck are you guys arguing? I don't know. Eon's getting old. I'm not getting old. I'm just fucking sick. And I'm on cough medicine right now. Assholes. I'm not getting old. Fuck. Alright, I need to... Also, hyped for Resident Evil 9. I love that for you, Drake. I love that for you guys. I'm not a Resident Evil guy myself. You should let Sakura nurse you back to full nourishment. I would rather sit here... Listen, I'm gonna be so honest with you. I would rather sit here and... I would rather... Let me think... Wait, what would I rather do? Dude, I would rather raw dog COVID... The common cold. I would rather raw dog COVID, the common cold, malaria, mad cow disease, the chicken pox, Ebola, and I don't fucking know. What else? So something really shitty to get. And the mumps. Before I ever allow Sakura to even remotely put a band-aid on my body. He calls it lean cough medicine. He calls lean... Is so old he calls lean cough medicine? That's crazy. Is so old he calls lean cough medicine. That's what it is. We'll say the playable characters in RE games have some of the crazy feats for being just normal people mostly. Like some of them tanking rocket launcher shots. Yeah, I saw the one where one of these guys literally punches a fucking boulder into a volcano. That shit was crazy. Somewhat physically scaled to their ninjutsu because of the physical aspect that you draw on to create ninjutsu. I think it's just stamina that they're referring to when they're talking about physical energy. I think it's just physical stamina. We should raid other people's videos who put Naruto over Luffy. We should not. I don't wanna raid or harass anybody. I'd rather not have to harass anybody with that, dude. I'm sorry.
Law's Devil Fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered something. Law's Devil Fruit essentially allows him to create an...
Okay. We should not. Yeah. Ian, what do you think of Urza cutting space with sheer strength and then getting taken out by a few rocks falling on her? I think that Fairy Tail probably mostly scales to hacks and not actual physical raw capabilities. But that would make me biased, wouldn't it, if I said that? Room! Shambaruz! Alright, I need a video clip for Room. I need a video clip for Room. Jesus Christ. Jesus, I don't even remember. Crazy, crazy rainbow sun. Twinkle, twinkle, rainbow shine. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what episode does Luffy first fight alongside? Does Luffy first fight alongside Law and Kid? No, you asshole! Okay, what time does Luffy fight outside the auction house? 398. Jesus Christ. Dude, I'm at the point where, like, my nose is actually burning red from... Whoa. Dude, my nose is burning red. Alright. Let me move back here. Move back here. Okay. Law going to do that to the Shinobi Alliance, yeah. Alright. Okay, let me get the quality up, FHD, and then download. Save frame. 398. No, 398. No, it's just consistent that durability is inconsistent. The fucking King of Wizards was so durable, Guild Arts couldn't damage it. He got stabbed by a regular knife. Maybe they just have... Don't rub your nose too much or it's going to bleed. I'm not really rubbing it a lot. I'm very... as a matter of fact, I'm actually very careful with my nose and like my upper lip just because of that. But it's like, dude, it's just... Oh, man, it just sucks. It just blows. It just blows wild chunks. Blows donkey dick is what it blows, man. Does Law scale to Big Mom after Wano? Seems to me low-key. I wouldn't say he scales directly to the Yonko, but he's at least close enough. You know what's crazy? I ran out of water. I'm gonna go... 1 second. Let me go get some more agua, and let me go do this. This is so dumb. Why do I have to get sick literally the week before I have to finish this project, dude? Come on. I shouldn't... The thing apart... You know what? I'll mention this later. Guys, I have a hard timeout date. I have a hard timeout at 6 p.m. If what you were talking about is that their durability is lower while they have off guard, no Agnologia is on guard and he still gets knocked out by a fucking ship right after taking an attack from an... Now that Eon is gone, let's just say how much of a gooner and bean eater he is. Alright, that's a 10-minute timeout for you, Six. That's a 10-minute timeout for you trying to conspire. Trying to conspire against me is crazy. From an entire guild. So he got knocked around by a ship. He got knocked out by a ship. That's crazy. Kaido versus Moro. Moro from Dragon Ball. Moro is curb stomping the fuck out of Kaido. What are we talking about? Listen, I love Kaido and everything. That motherfucker is not. Kaido is not fighting a Dragon Ball character by Super standards. You'd have to do like some multiversal bullshit for One Piece. Alright. Okay, so I also need the next episode. I need the next episode as well. So what was it? 398? We need 399. We need 399. Yeah. Yo, guys, since Six isn't here and he can't chat back, you guys want to talk about how much of a bean eater Six is? Who here wants to talk about how Fairy Tail doesn't scale to, not Fairy Tail, how Black Clover doesn't scale to, 9D? Anybody here think that Black Clover is, slower than the speed of light? Honestly, I kind of agree with Steinixos. Just because the magic is stated to be light magic doesn't mean that it's actually light speed. On God, that's what I'm saying. Black Clover characters are massively hypersonic at best. And large mountain level. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He literally passed out for several seconds after getting hit. That shit didn't even get damaged. That's crazy. Asta's a fraud. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Fucking Kid Naruto could negative difficulty curb stomp Lucius, bro. Imagine your main villain losing to a water droplet punching them in the face. That's crazy. Tanjiro Loki one-shots anyone who is Lucius or above. That's what I'm saying. What do you think? When we're scaling, we literally have to use real-world metrics to gauge a character's powers unless the scene thematically needs to showcase, otherwise it's inconsistent. That's definitely a way you can go about it. I don't know if you have to, but you can definitely go about it. There's explicit light speed statements. Yeah, no, but it's all light magic, which means that the light magic in and of itself is not inherently light speed. That's the problem. Asta gets low diffed by a shower. That's what I'm saying. I will fight for Black Clover. You think Orochi snakes would cause massive terror in the New World? Fuck no! Orochimaru snakes? Bro, those snakes aren't even an issue in the Grand Line. Those things are unironically Sea King and Banana Gator fucking food. What do you think of the argument so far? For what? For Black Clover being mountain level at best? Yeah, no, I think it's completely consistent with the series. I think people are outplaying it. I think that stopping time is actually just a hacks-based feat and doesn't actually scale the characters to anything crazy. I think it's just hacks. I think it's all just hacks. I think literally all of Black Clover is just hacks. And Sabo isn't even Yonko level, bro. Sabo is like, no, scaling to your ninjutsu. I think it's a little bit weird because I don't think the characters usually show the durability to actually tank their own ninjutsu. Like, I don't see characters like Jiraiya just straight up taking a Rasengan, especially their own Rasengan, straight to the fucking chest and just getting sent flying. That's crazy. Sabo with no hockey feats. Sabo is Yonko Commander 2 level at best, and it shows. Sabo is at best taking out the likes of Sabo is likely getting knocked out by Katakuri on my granny. Katakuri is curb stomping Sabo on my grandmother, on my great grandmother. Katakuri is speed blitzing Sabo 10 times out of 10. He got saved by an old man type shit. Is getting cooked by Leopold. Sabo's getting cooked by Cavendish and whatever the fuck the other dude's name is. Sabo is really a Jinbei victim. That's what I'm saying. I'm starting to rethink this because, to be honest, people like Nakime from Demon Slayer would be higher than she already is. I see where you're coming from. I mean, it's kind of interesting too, right? Because it's like, dude, I don't know, Jake. Because it's like, let me ask you this, Jake. Let me ask you like a legitimate question. Do you think that Sasuke's fireball jutsu scales to him physically? Do you think that like the fireball jutsu physically scales to Sasuke? Like, genuine question. Oh wait, I never downloaded. $3.99. Six got silenced by the arguments. Six got silenced because he was trying to have you guys talk shit about me behind my back when I was coming in. So I timed them out for 10 minutes. Creation feats are hard to scale. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? It's like, if you think, because here's the thing, ninjutsu, I don't think that the fireball jutsu is inherently like a jutsu that's just straight up like created, right? Or at least not in the same sense as like you just molding your chakra and just changing it and just shooting it out as a giant ball of fire. I don't know if like that inherently scales itself to like a creation feat, right? But like, because the thing is that, like, Naruto legitimately just blasts away, like, a whirling fireball jutsu with just, like, the force of his Rasengan just spawning. So I don't know if I would necessarily agree with the notion. That's it, like, I don't know, man. Because, like, wouldn't that just thereby mean that, like, all ninjutsu, basically, no matter what ninjutsu you have, it all essentially scales to the exact same level of power? No, didn't Sakura think it was going to threaten Kakashi? The fireball jutsu? I don't think Sakura is necessarily a character we should consider because she never saw Sasuke use the fireball jutsu anyway, to be honest. It's not like she ever saw him use the jutsu anyway. Those are deadly snakes though. They're very dangerous with very dangerous technicalities. What technicalities do they have? Alright, what the fuck was I saying here? I mean, this sounds like a downgrade because the fireball jutsu never kills and you can't remember a moment that it hurts anyone meaningfully. You mean like Sabo? Sorry, I gotta stop that. Six is gonna come here with a blinding fury if I don't.
Makes this devil fruit so broken.
Dude. Yeah, shitting on Sabo is so funny. Usually I would never, and Eon also, by the way, if you've read Can't Fear, you'd appreciate Bleach more. I'm not reading a fucking dog shit ass light novel written by somebody else that wasn't Kubo. I'm not gonna read that dog shit. Why the fuck would I read Can't Fear Your Own World? I already gave that dog shit series 689 chapters of my life. I am not giving that series any more of my time besides watching the full 1000 Year Blood War series when the fourth core comes out. Yeah, some ninjutsu can scale above physical stats. That's the thing. I don't think that ninjutsu physically scales to your physical capabilities. I think that you can actually increase your capabilities based on ninjutsu. Just look at Chidori, for example. Like Cameron mentioned, right? Kid Naruto could one-shot Kabuto. Now, Kabuto specifically, I just want to clarify one thing. Kabuto is specifically Kakashi level. That does not mean that Kabuto is as tanky as Kakashi. That does not mean that Kakashi would be one-shotted by Kabuto. That does not mean that Kakashi would be one-shotted by a Rasengan, just to clarify. But it does imply that certain ninjutsu can push your physical capabilities or can deal more damage than your physical capabilities are capable of, right? Like a Tailed Beast Bomb. I don't think anyone here is going to try and actually argue that a Tailed Beast Bomb, the Naruto punches with the same force as a Tailed Beast Bomb. But then let's look at it from the other way, right? Look at Kakashi's Chidori. Lightning Blade. Kakashi never moves as fast as he does whenever he's using Lightning Blade. He never physically moves as fast as his own Lightning Blades unless he's using the jutsu. I don't care if it fixes plot holes. Why do I have to read? Let me ask you this, Roman. I'm just gonna call you Roman. Brentaro man. Brentaro man. Alright, let me ask you this, Brentaro man. Why do I have to read an entire novel? Which, mind you, I don't care about novels. I don't like reading books that just have words in them. Yes, call me small-brained if you liked. Why do I have to read an entire novel just to cover plot holes that shouldn't have been in the story in the first place? That's not my fault. It's not my fault, and I have no reason to give more time or attention to characters or a story where I have to essentially go out of my way to read, just to clarify things that should have already been fixed within the context of the story. That's not my fault. That's not my problem. As far as I'm concerned, Kubo is literally a hack of a writer. Kubo confirmed that they're not? Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Isn't that the viewer's ignorance, though? That's the thing. Why is that the viewer's ignorance? Why is it not the author? Why can't I blame the author for not putting in specific pieces of information within the context of their story? Why can't I blame the author for that? Oh, the author literally made a plot hole. It's my fault that I'm not reading another separate side of the story just to clarify that plot hole. No, fuck that. Fuck that and fuck Kubo. I'm not doing that. I don't owe Kubo that time. Kubo does not deserve that time from me. I don't care how you choose to rationalize it. You can try and listen to Kubo all you like. I don't personally care. I'm not going to tell you you don't have to, but I have no objective reason as to why I have to go out of my way to read an entire novel because I don't owe Kubo that time or energy. I really don't owe it to him. He's not that good of a writer for me to do it. Hey, what's good, Six? You're back. 10 minutes have been up. Fantastic. Wow. Crazy. Yeah, if I get into a story and told in a medium, I should have to go out of my way to consume another medium in order to enjoy the source material. The story should have to stand on its own 2 feet. That's exactly what I'm saying. Y'all start shitting on Black Clover and Sabo only when I was timed out for 10 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we shouldn't have to do those things. That's not on us. Scared to do when I'm actually here? No, but I can time you out again. And we can do it. Cowards? Yeah, sure. Relax. It's all in good fun. We always gotta get our Bleach slander in each stream. I love it. Yeah, we have to. Bleach is a dog shit series written by a guy who literally has a couple of good ideas, and people wank it to mean that the guy is literally the best thing that came out since fucking sliced cheese. Why do I have to give that hack my fucking time and energy, dude? He's not that good of a writer for me to want or need to do that. Tite Kubo is dog shit at writing, my guy. I don't know what to tell you. By the way, this is what I was looking for. Literally, an actual representation of what is going to happen to the fucking Shinobi Alliance. Why the fuck would I ever believe that any of these absolute goobers in the Shinobi Alliance would ever keep up with this guy? Sabo's biggest buff people try to give him recently is him running away. Yo, you guys are ruthless.
Law's Devil Fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered something akin to an operation room. Within this room...
This is the difference... Where the guy basically said Bleach is missing a lot, but I like which I feel the same way. You can critique something and still like it. Yeah, you can 100% critique something and still enjoy it. You can look at a series like Bleach, you can look at a series like Naruto, One Piece, whatever series it is, and critique it fairly. You can sit here and say, hey, Bleach isn't as good as people seem to believe that it is. Hey, Bleach has a bunch of plot holes that are never explained within the context of the story. You can do those things. Too broke to purchase Emu's Dami Reverse Eye Upscale? That's crazy. Also, the light novels aren't available in a lot of countries. Do I really have to learn another language and pay twice the price for the book for shipping just to enjoy a manga that costs €5 per? Yeah, no, you don't. You shouldn't have to do that. It's not your fault, especially as a viewer or as a consumer, to not have to take in a whole separate side of the series, especially after you were done with it, especially after you were told that it was done. Yeah. Damn. Yo, so how does that upscale King Cobra? I guess King Cobra in that wheelchair was chilling for like the last 2 years. Sabo no diss rocks. Alright. I mean, running away and then successfully escaping by definition is outspeeding, especially when injured. Type shit. Yeah, but you don't get it. King Cobra was there. King Cobra is the shield of Alabasta. King Cobra has the capacity to do it. I remember I got attacked and bombarded by a ton of Bleach dudes because I said I don't want to read a light novel. Yeah, Cobra's outer versal. That's what I'm saying.
Devil fruit, essentially.
What the fuck do I do for this? I don't know what to add for this. God damn it. Let's just copy and paste.
Law's Devil Fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered some...
Okay, we're going to... Okay, first, let me actually do this the right way. Okay, this, I'm going to copy. Copy. Wait, no, not copy. Not yet, not yet, not yet. By the way, guys, I've got only a couple minutes left, and I'm gonna have to... I'm really going to have to, like, montage this the next couple of days. Wait, hold on. Maybe, just maybe, the Gorosei found it more valuable to kill Cobra than Sabo. What if, huh? I mean, I'm just saying, what if Cobra was a more... What if, and just hear me out, I'm not saying that this is fact, I'm just saying that this is an opinion. What if Cobra was actually... holding back the entire time that we saw him, and he actually has the capacity to take on the Gorosei on his own? That then wouldn't be Sabo upscale. That, if anything, would be Sabo downscale. Because Sabo got saved by him.
Operation room.
Alright. I'm going to copy this now. I'm going to paste this here. Different sizes of cost more than €300 just to own Bleach? Yeah, no. Do I really need to pay for that just to enjoy the story? Yeah, no, just read it online like I do.
That can be considered something akin to an operation room within the...
Size context, by the way. I have to take out 26 frames of this? Sure.
Within this room, Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it.
Yeah, I don't need anything else from here. What do you think of the interaction between Shikamaru's shadow and Gekko Moriya's devil fruit ability with his clone? I don't think Shikamaru has the physical force to stop Gekko Moriya. I don't think he does, especially if Gekko Moriya just grabs his shadow and just, like, snips it. Because Gekko Moriya can literally split shadows. I agree. Prime Cobra, next the verse. The only reason he didn't beat Crocodile was because Crocodile was a Logia user. Shadow stitching jutsu. Yeah, Gekko Moriya grabs them all up and just chops them. Are you really looking up how expensive this shit is? That's crazy. Okay. Uh-huh. Are we video editing? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Oh, damn it. Alright. Here. Here. And then we do M. Okay. We do that. Then we do this first. Low Kirk. Don't. Is this like a whole new thing? Is this like a whole new thing now, where like people are saying low Charlie Kirk or whatever? I don't know. I'm getting too old for these things. In my country, manga generally costs about the same. I got Steel Ball Run physical values, dude. That's so sick. That's so sick, dude. Okay. Tell it. Send me back right here. Then here, and then I take this and I paste it.
Within this room, law has the ability. This room, law has the. Within this room, law has the ability. Law.
Okay.
In this room, law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean control everything and anything. Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean.
This is my goat right here, by the way. It was a pitch black dragon.
Control everything and anything within it. And I do mean basically. And I do mean. Do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like tap in it. Abilities like tap.
Sounds like the type of guy who grew up on tortillas and beans. Alrighty then. That one's putting you on a 1-minute timeout. Prime Cobra, Base the Dawn, King Isabella with prep time, free for all, who you got? Yo, Elisabello probably wipes out most characters in the verse, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, Elisabello might actually be a problem if you give him like just straight up prep time, bro. Listen, I'm not saying he would beat like Shanks or Loki and shit, but Elisabello probably at least knocks over Big Mom or Kaido. Is it just Naruto versus Luffy? It's just Naruto versus Luffy. The video I'm doing right now, Darkin, is specifically just Law versus all of Naruto. I figured why not? I've got evidence, I've got the information already in the back of my head. Like, you know, I just, hey, why not, right? Dude, there's no way I finish this in a week. There's no fucking way I finish this.
Like tact allow.
Wait. Yeah, there's no way I finished this in like a week, dude.
Ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean
Will you be playing Warframe? We'll say playing Warframe again. The scaling in that game is crazy, I imagine. Alright. And Dawn Krieg for 4-way free-for-all. Yes, Dawn Krieg. I agree.
Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And
There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Fuck it.
Devil Fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered something akin to an operation room. Within this room, Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like Tact allow him to manipulate anything within it. Ability
Okay.
Do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like Tact.
That could be taken out of context of him still chained up and his inability to dodge. What are you talking about? Averaging a minute edited an hour at this pace, the video is never coming out. Bro, this isn't even... Bro, this is Law versus the entire Naruto verse. You guys finally get why I sometimes take weeks to fucking put out content? It's not because I'm just sitting here twirling my thumbs, gooning Nanami's random fucking appearances in the manga chapters I'm reading. I'm out here literally doing like... There's gonna be like at least... I don't know, man. This is gonna be at least a couple days worth of work. I might not even do anything this weekend, and I might just sit here and just grind this. Yeah. Alright, we're about 4 minutes in. We are at about 4 minutes in on the video. I was about a minute in before. That was 3 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like work on this maybe later as well. We didn't mention Nami though. You didn't have... Alright. Fuck! Alright, whatever. Fuck you. Yo. Alright, whatever. Dude, I can't edit all of this right now. I do have to step out. My mom is leaving, the country soon, so I gotta, essentially... I gotta go help her run some errands before I take her to the airport tomorrow. I'm basically just gonna be doing this for the next couple days. Guys, considering the Warframes are literal space magic to bend time and space, break the laws of physics, self-revive from near all forms of death, survive brief solar flares from the sun, among many things. Yeah, that sounds crazy. I used to play a little bit of Warframe, but then I realized I have to pay money to actually, like, do stuff. The Cerberus attack on Loki, stating it killing him, and play people saying outscaling stuff. Okay. What are you talking about? I don't know what you guys are referencing. Alright, guys, it is 6 p.m. I am going to have to leave. I hope you guys have a good one. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I hope seeing me edit was actually something a little different for you guys. I don't know if I'm going to edit too many of these. Too many of like these like work sessions that I have to go through. And I say this mostly because I do need to... How do I put it? I don't want, like, you guys to just hear the entire video at once, because then that's, like, people not really That's people then not really watching my content if you already watched the creation of it, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I'll probably just set up for like the next day or so and just grind the fuck out of this. I hopefully can get it out by next Friday at the latest. Hopefully, but hey, fingers crossed. I don't know. 56 hours, 108 hours, 108 hours divided into 24 days is 96, 5 days total, but that would be, yeah, it would be about 5 days total worth of work. I have 7 days starting tomorrow, 2 days off, but that would still be 24 hours straight, so it would have to be splitting it up into decent hours, 8 hours a day, 8, 40, no, that doesn't give you enough time. Alright, I'm gonna have to figure this one out. If the, by the way, just as a heads up, if the, if the video ends up looking a bit lazy towards the end, that's the reason why. But yeah, just doing some math on the back of my head. Anyway, guys, I'll catch you all later. I do have to change and head out. Peace out, and I hope you guys take care of yourselves. Please enjoy your weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming all of these, but hopefully you guys enjoy that. Peace out.